Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Still getting used to the buttons that I gotta press in order to get all this thing started again. But we'll get it eventually, and look at this glorious nuclear explosion that's occurring over the river. Oh, is that just the sunrise? Oh, okay. I haven't seen the sun in a number of decades, so... Trampoline is at the ready, Pawn. Hello, Clock District. You ready to catch all the SRBs traveling at 144 meters per second? We had one come down last stream, and it really should have exploded, but boy, it didn't. Welcome back to the live stream, everybody. And hello to the VOD viewers as well. Your legs have recovered from last stream. Okay. Well... number of things have happened, or rather I have done, since our last live stream, which wasn't that many days ago. Okay, don't look at the license plate of that vehicle. Don't track that individual down. When they turn to the left here, do not notice it, write it down, track it, figure out who they are, call them up, and let them know that they were seen on the Ronan Pawn screen. Don't do that. Don't. Number of things that I've done. Let's get Kerbal Space Program going here, actually. So, where are you, KSP Modded? There you are. And... I said and. I'm going to have to keep saying and, I'm pretty sure, for a while yet. I'm seeing it. Are you seeing it? There you go. Now you're seeing it as well. So... last time, we're playing Probes Before Crew first off in Kerbal Space Program, which I now consider the definitive edition of Kerbal Space Program. There's no sense in playing KSP with anything, in the stock mode at all. If you buy KSP brand new, don't play it. Immediately get CCAN, pull down Probes Before Crew. It'll ask you about, do you want Strategia too? Say yes, and then you've got the best version of Kerbal that anybody's going to have. So that's what we started out in last stream. It was our day one. Today is day two, and one of the things that went down in day one was we attempted to bring a probe back from LKO, and I mean 72-kilometer periaps, 75-kilometer apoaps, return at 33-kilometer descent when we returned. And it with the heat ablator, the 0.625 meter heat ablator for the probes, it worked, but damn did the heat tick fill up like it wasn't being properly occluded. And some research was done in chat, and then after the stream I did as well, and it seems to be the mod that I'm using to make all of the parts just look pretty, which is a community mod. It's not supposed to make any game changes, any changes to gameplay whatsoever, and apparently they've got a little bug in there and have messed up the occlusion of that part. So what I've done, I went to the web page, I went to their forum page, and actually to their GitHub, and to I did a deep dive, and I found out that there's a way to whitelist parts such that they will the old parts will be loaded in even though the mod tries to take them out. So if I have gone through the steps, and it wasn't just a click bang kind of thing that needed to be done, it was multi-step process. If I have done the steps correctly, then we will have this time a functional 0.625 meter heat shield. It just won't look like the rest of the stuff in restock. Imagine the cam ends like the stop sign stream where people track it down and do stupid shit in front of it to appear on. That would be awesome. That would be awesome, Clock District. People show up, they're like, he's starting, quick, get in the car, we gotta go, honey. Oh, shoot, we missed it. We'll have to wait until he does his next live stream break or something. Damn it. Start the game. Let's dig in here pretty quick. We've got a lot to do today. There's like, I watched back the VOD. Very happy with how the quality of these live streams have been going. Made some adjustments to the audio here, so maybe you'll note, that my voice isn't blasting your ears off quite as much. I'm hoping that I've done that correctly. Probes Before Crew. Year one, day one. No, we're in 17 minutes. It'll be day two, and then it will align with our actual live stream gameplay here. Let's load into the world. if you buy KSP, don't play it. This is Clack District. Yeah, don't play. Now, if you buy it, immediately get CKAN, C-K-A-N. Install that, point it at your Kerbal Space Program directory on your computer, type in probes before crew in the search bar, click select, and then click apply, and then agree to, install the other mods that it recommends, because it's a brilliant mod, and it makes Kerbal Space Program an actual fun game to play, as opposed to a fun simulator to F around in. So, what we ended on last stream was we had just finished building this little 2-rotor drone. Where is it? Our unlicensed streamer, named after an unlicensed streamer in chat. This is our little 2-rotor drone. And there's a number of little tweaks that we can do to it to make it a little bit better. But I'm thinking what we'll do is wait to tweak all of this until I've got... unless we go taking it out again, until I've got action grouping, because we don't have action grouping, which makes it very difficult to control the craft and get in there and make it fly. I did it expertly, honestly, but I would like to not have to fight so hard. So that's on the docket. I really want to keep tweaking and make all of the little corrections that will make this the best little craft that we could possibly make it. I love having something like this in the early game when you're still, we haven't even sent a Kerbal to space yet, and we've come up with a 28-part count, VTOL, a helicopter-style drone. It's beautiful. I love it. But before we get really started today, Lo-Fi Loop, how you doing? My man Pawn, right on time for lunch break. That's how I like it. Yeah, I try, I do actually think about that. In my neck of the woods, it's 7:15 a.m. But I do actually think that, okay, if we go across the Atlantic, the very first time zone where, people on a different continent will be, then it'll be noon. Hey, that's about lunchtime. Yeah, that's a reasonable time to start one up. I do think about those kinds of things. 9:17 in the evening in the Australias? Is that 9:17 p.m.? You gotta be on the very much the other side of the planet for that to work out, right? So what I want to start with, actually, is testing whether or not that 0.625 meter ablator, if I've actually made it work correctly, the way that it's supposed to. Oh, shoot, I left the... I'm sorry, let me get that extra mouse off screen for y'all. There we go. Oh, shit, now it's... Big Brother came out. How am I supposed to get all these... Go on, get... Alright. So, what I'm thinking is, without a mission, we don't need a mission, we just want to be able to test something. Whoa, okay. Contains locked or invalid parts. Swings and roundabouts, Mark 5, presumably. I presume that this is the Mark 5 autosave. So, the Mark 5, loaded up, this should be missing part heat shield 0. Okay. Oh, I see. Because it had the following parts missing, heat shield 0. Well, do we... Wait a second, then. Have I done things very poorly? Yes, I have. We don't have the small heat shield anymore at all because of the mod that I made. I whitelisted... Like I told you, it's a multi-part process in order to get this stuff working, in order to override restock. And what they said to do was... include a .whitelist file that mentions the heat component that you want to let through from squad, and they said to disable the heat shield in their own configuration files. I don't remember what they're called or even what format they were in, but they recommended to just change the name of it. So apparently step 2 has worked. I changed the name of that heat shield and it has removed heat shield 0 from the game according to restock. What has not worked is the whitelist file that I made has not been seen by the mod and has not allowed the stock heat shield 0 to load in. Hey, yo, a rat. Who's that? Brettaxy. Bree Taxi. Brett Geary. But no, that's somebody. So, geez, that makes me want to actually try and fix it right here on stream, which I'm not opposed to. Yeah, let's take a few, because if we can get it fixed like right here at the beginning of the stream, then we save ourselves a lot of headache and a lot of time. So what's going to happen is I'm going to have to close down Kerbal Space Program, and we're only going to get like one attempt at getting this fixed, I suppose, you know, when I think about it, because, you know, it takes so long to start up Kerbal. Although a lot of it will be in memory next time. Anyway, we're going to quit out of Kerbal, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring you into my Get Real mode. Let me just make sure there's nothing that you shouldn't be able to see that I don't want you to see. Yeah, we're fine. So Get Real mode. Here we go. Look, oh my god, it's the real desktop that he uses. Oh, geez. So let's go to C, Steam Apps. I've got a little, you know, I'm in and out of the Steam folder so often that I put it down here so I could get in quickly enough. And Kerbal Space Program. And the way that they made this sound in their online documents, it sounded like I could put the whitelist file anywhere, and they made the documents that I was referencing for mod makers. So where did I put this adjustment that I made? Because I made my own directory as though I were installing my own mod. I called it restock fix, and this is what we've got here is restock.restock whitelist. Yeah, you know what? Give me just a second in darkness to make sure that when I open Notepad++, I'm not showing you credit card numbers or something like that. I can't see what's there. That's the Ambassador Bridge file. That's the browser image slideshow, and that is my pack data. Yeah, none of that is problematic, so you can join me back here. Is the mouse not visible? The mouse is not visible in this scene either. Give me just a moment, and I'll fix that as well. It's a whole fix and things. It says display. It says, oh, it is visible. Okay, it just doesn't look visible because it's kind of blending in on my screen, you know, in a smaller view. But so this is the file. Dot whatever whitelist, whatever they told me to name it. Squad parts arrow heat shield 0, and that line in the whitelist should just tell restock that you can let this, you know, object go through and be processed. However, I was wondering about this when I was doing it because they said, you know, in your mod folder, just put it down there. It doesn't really matter where it is. That's how they made it sound anyway. But I was, you know, saying, okay, so does that mean that restock goes through every single directory in the game data thing and looks for stuff? So let's just go into the restock directory. And there's restock.restock blacklist there. Let's paste restock fix.restock whitelist. And let me make sure, like, can you all see this? It's so small for me. I just want to make sure that that's actually, like, it says .whitelist there. It looks like it says restock, WHITELIST. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. I guess the only other thing that I could do here, which is also, it said it didn't really matter what the name was, it should be just the file extension mattered, was another thing that it said in those documents on there. But having that in the actual restock directory now, my hope would be that restock will see that. It will see that what I want is heat shield 0, and I want all of the files that are related to heat shield 0, and again, this is based off of the documentations they've got online for how to do this. This should, you know, without having to put in asterisks and, you know, anything like that, this should apply to the heat shield 0, both of the files, basically. There's just 2 files that it references there. So let's just see if moving that into the correct directory gets us what we're looking for. I'll go back to the main scene now. Oh, shit. I thought I got rid of it. It's back, everyone. And let's reload KSP modded and see if just moving that file into the core restock directory, you know, lets the heat shield 0 that Squad made pass into the game correctly. If it doesn't, I kind of just don't know what to do for the sake of this live stream for getting that heat shield back in. We'll just have to go on and play without it, I presume, which shouldn't be a big problem. I just wanted to test it today. I wanted to see, aha, we do the same mission, we get it a 73 and a 75, we come down at 33k, again, exactly the same way, and get to sort of prove, there you go, the game-breaking, not game-breaking, but game-changing difference for whatever reason in the 0.625 meter heat shield that Restock introduces as a little bug. But yeah, I think if it doesn't work this time, then I'll have to just live with it for today and tinker with it offline between streams. By the way, I do have a fan running that's blowing not toward me but out of the room, just to keep the air circulating. If you guys can hear it in the background and it's annoying, let me know. I will decide whether or not to do anything about that after you let me know. I just might leave it running, but I would like to know if you could hear it at all. Simpsons Fan 400 doesn't hear a thing, that's great. That's what I want to hear. I've actually got a number of... I route all of my audio through a digital audio workstation through Reaper, and I've got a noise-reducing filter on the live audio that you're hearing, specifically to take out things like background hums and fan noise and whatnot. Resume saved, probes before crew, and we'll know immediately in the VAB if all of those ship parts are still, throwing warnings about loading the thing because there's no heat shield 0. That'll be all the evidence we need. So, is there a heat shield 0? There is still no heat shield 0 here. So the documentation that Restock has around the whitelisting process is not quite sufficient. Doesn't really get the job done. I followed their rules, I followed their things, and we still don't have a heat shield 0 in the game. So I'll have to play with that on my own. Damn, that's a shame we don't get to test that. Well then, the first thing maybe not the first thing, one of the things, other things that we have to do today is raffle off the first Kerbal who's going to go to space. Because the active contracts that we have are Explore Minmus with a probe, which includes a flyby, a landing, and a return. We've got Explore the Moon, which will be the same, but again with a probe, but we also picked up the first Kerbal in space. And once we do the first Kerbal in space, which is just to orbit the planet with a Kerbal, I believe. In fact, is it orbit, or is it just altitude above 70 kilometers? It's not even an orbit. It's a suborbital flight that touches space. As soon as we do that, well then I guess we'll get an orbital mission, and then once we've done that, maybe once we've done that, then we get tourist missions will start up. And I like tourist missions. That's a part of the game that I like because it's, each time I try and create a different ship that is designed around the money efficiency. How many tourists can I throw up there for the cheapest amount of money and bring back the most of the ships so that we're it only costs us 4,000 actually to send them up because we get so many of the parts back, and then they're paying 16,000 a piece, and just the high profit gain. I like that. I like playing that. Usually I'm not a capitalist, but in this game, it's made fun. So before we do any exploring Minmus or moons, we're going to put a Kerbal in space. And apparently the mission is as simple as send them up to 70 kilometers or higher and bring them back. We don't even have to orbit. So what have we got in order to make that happen right now? We have this plane cockpit is all that we have. Let's go over to the Research and Development Institute over here. Very, very subtle. If you hadn't said anything, I would not have noticed. So you can hear it a little bit. Are you in headphones, Lo-Fi Lou? Usually in headphones, you can pick something up of, and sometimes you get that digital bells ringing kind of thing from my noise filters trying to remove the sounds that I don't want you having to be bothered with. But yeah, so what can we buy? Can we buy an actual, real, normal cockpit where you stick a Kerbal in and they come back? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like you can. Here's landing. So landing doesn't get her done. Simple command modules. The Mark 1 command pod this is probes before crew, so the R&D has been rearranged, and it looks like probes before is going to be in the 90 science tier, and we would have to buy our way through enhanced survivability for 45 first, and we don't have the science funds to even get 2 of these tiers, let alone one of those. So I guess the first flight to the moon of a Kerbal, or not to the moon, or the first flight suborbitally of a Kerbal is going to be in that that airplane cockpit that we do have. When did we get? We got it right here, the Mark 1 cockpit. Yeah, I guess that's going to be it. That'll be interesting. I've not done that possibly ever. But so what other parts would we like or could we use for trying to send a Kerbal up? Well, the regular-sized heat shield, I suppose. This is, yeah, and radial parachutes. That's probably the thing that has to be done. Or we could get Science in the Science Junior and just, you know, hope that the Kerbal gets home. Let's play as though we care about the life of these little green bastards. And I'll buy into that. And if we had 2 more Science, I could buy something else, but we don't, so I won't. So let's go build the ship. Buying into that cockpit, this is how someone's going to space today, everyone. Yeah, I would like it like that, because we're going to be turning down like that. I like it like that. Come on, let me show you where it's at. So we'll do liquid fuel, and we're going to want this to return on its... This is going to be weird, but... it's going to be a very good thing that we have radial parachutes, I'll tell you that. The impact tolerance of this should be pretty high because it's not meant to go to space, it's meant to fly around. So the impact tolerance of this says 40 meters per second impact. Yeah, we good. And you guys tell me if you think it would be better to have chat on this side of the screen when we're in the VAB or this side. I guess it would be this side because then you could see the parts thing there, and we only do like the delta V and staging, you know, at the end. So if I can remember to flip it over, then maybe I'll flip it over then. Right side's a Simpsons fan. Okay, that seems to make sense to me as well. Let's go ahead and switch this over to the unpainted version. I like that color of it. Seems right, doesn't it? And grab ourselves a decoupler, TD12, put some liquid fuel on there, and then small little something engine for circularization. We don't really have any small little something engines, we just have engines. What we could do is, for weight, have just the Reliant, because we don't, you know, we won't need, like, real gimbling and stuff. This has reaction wheels, in fact, like, what's the amount of reaction wheels you have? 10 torque on that. Yeah, no, that'll be fine. So we won't need gimbling on this end, we just need thrust, and that's a little bit lighter weight. However, what? However, that's only good for thrust to weight ratio. I still to this day, I've played this game so long, I still to this day assume that because it's lighter weight, it's going to be, you know, it's going to get us more delta V. But look down there, it's 1287, and in fact, let's switch over to in vacuum. 1,506 meters per second on this 1.25 ton? Yeah, 1.25 ton Reliant engine. 1.5 ton, we're adding 1/4 of a ton of weight with the swivel. And we do actually lose delta V. Okay, that's the way that I always thought it should be, but I swear that the only benefit of the Reliant here, at some point in development of this game, the only benefit was that it gave you more TWR. It was in every other way inferior, but this is how I figured it should be. The lighter weight should have less delta V. Maybe it's a matter of sea level versus vacuum. So at sea level, the swivel does 1142, and this guy does 1287. I mean, no, it's better in both instances due to the lighter weight, but I thought the swivel had like an ISP that overwhelmed it or something like that, and maybe that's how it used to be in previous, versions of the game, and I'm glad that they've made it so that it actually, makes some damn sense in my head, if just my head, exclusively. But that seems righter to me than the way that I remember it used to being. So that'll be our little wraparound stage. Well, we don't have to wrap around for orbit, you silly get. Oh, that is true, isn't it? The swivel, well, swivels. The swivel, well, swivels. Yes, it does swivel, doesn't it? Has gimbal, indeed. But it should not, it makes sense that there should be a benefit to taking the crappier engine here, the Reliant, and I swear in previous versions of the game the Reliant was only gave you TWR. It only gave you extra thrust. It didn't actually, give you any additional delta V for its reduction of weight. Building a lifter stage then. Number one, let's look at just like, what if we threw on a great big old SRB? That seems like a bad idea, yeah. Sort by mass first off. But let's just see. Why not? What are we looking at for...
We are many, you are but one.
Trooper? Trooper, thank you for the follow. 33, 35? See, it's so far away on my second screen, and it's a little bit smaller. It's very hard for me to read the names when the follows come in. What are we doing? We're in Probes Before Crew, the mod where you, see, now let me explain this for you. You do probes before you do crew, if that wasn't clear. We're playing in the mod Probes Before Crew. This is day 2, and we've just unlocked the mission to send our first Kerbal to space, after we have, orbited the planet with a probe, and done a number of other missions that have all been probe-oriented. We're now doing our first crewed mission, and actually, you've reminded me that we're going to need a Kerbal to be named for this. So I'm going to start up my little Python Twitch chat bot. Background. Good, we have authenticated. And what I'm going to do for you is I'm going to open a raffle. And if you type !raffle in chat, you will be entered into the raffle whenever we roll it. You don't need any points or anything like that, at least at this point in my development of the thing. It's just, if you're in chat and you type raffle, then your name will be in there, and we will name the Kerbal who's going to space after you. Which means I will have to edit some files live here, I think, because I used to have a really fun mod where I could just rename any Kerbal anything. Maybe you couldn't rename Jeb and Bob and stuff like that, but you can't do that now. I haven't found a mod that does it in-game, so I just have to manually edit the persistence file. But you'll be getting one of the badass Kerbals, one of the stock Kerbals, named after you. And it'll probably be, Jeb or Valentina, or at least the Kerbals that would have been Jeb or Valentina. I got a lot of mods changing a lot of things. But from sea level, looking back at the ship again, if we just had that SRB on, we'd have 1,123 meters per second. We know we got about 1,500 up here, so if we said 1,100 and 1,500, we're missing. That's 2,600, and we want 3,400. So we're missing 800 meters per second in delta V if we did it that way for our whole liftoff there. Now I could just put more fuel into our stage here because it's not really a wraparound orbital. We don't need it to orbit, Pawn. You keep trying to make this an orbital mission. It's not orbit. They just want this Kerbal to touch space and come home. Oh, that is true. From vacuum, we're now looking at almost 2,000 meters per second, and there's 1,000 down here. And what's the TWR on that? 1.83. This could do. It's going to be just slightly suborbital. It'll be like 3,000 meters per second. The swivel won't have any gimbal on, or not the swivel, the Reliant that we've got. It doesn't have any gimbal. But the idea would be, 1,000 meters per second, and delta V gets us up out of the thick atmosphere. Thank you for the follow. And there you go. There's a name that I couldn't see. It was long, and it was purple on my. It was long and purple. Whoever's got the lengthy purpleness, thank you for the follow. I think the Crew Manifest mod lets you edit and create Kerbals with custom names and everything. Yeah, no, that's right. Crew Manifest. Why don't I have that installed? Incorporation Games. Welcome. And thank you for the follow, I presume. That's a good long name. If it were purpler, I would believe it more. Keep your long purple off my screen. So it would be very wise of me then, considering we don't have this. Let's just for the sake of having it, let's have some tail fins. Let's have some fins that actually have control surfaces on them. Okay, and let's not try and sit on the pad on the fins. I don't think the fins will hold us up. But with 3 of those on there, apparently I'm still looking at, from sea level, about 1,000 meters per second of DV pushing us up, 1.83 TWR, not a lot has changed. And between that 1,000 and the almost 2,000 that we've got in the liquid fuel stage, that's 3,000. We're not trying to actually orbit the planet. I don't want to jump past in the missions that they offer me. Go from, them wanting suborbital to orbital, because then maybe they don't give me the orbital. Maybe they go, oh, he already went orbital, let's not give him that contract. If there's a contract to orbit after we do this, I want the money for it. We're in moderate difficulty here, and money isn't going to be that big of an issue, but it's going to be something of an issue occasionally. So yeah, that looks good. We have to make sure that the dude can come home. Oh, and by the way, in Corporation Games, we have a raffle open right now for be fine. This has an incredibly good impact tolerance, 40 meters per second we found. Don't mean to hit the ground like that, but this ship may be everything that's really needed. We're just going up to orbit the planet with a Kerbal. I don't think it needs to be any more complicated than that. So to do the staging, we would hit the SRBs, and while I do the staging, I said I might try and do that. Hit the SRBs. Let me switch over to sea level. We're at sea level? Well, then why do we suddenly have the ridiculous amounts of TWR you're talking to me about? And now it's back down to 1.82. Oh, Kerbal. This game is finished. It's done. They're making the second one. They moved on. 1.82, no, we want to come off the pad with about a 1.4 TWR. That'll be a slow enough ascent not to be blasting through the denser atmosphere, denser gases of the lower atmosphere. Which should allow me to have a little bit more control while we're in the lower atmosphere. And then once we're up there, I'm going to guess that 1,000 meters per second is going to get us to, I don't know, somewhere around 11 kilometers or something like that. We'll be switching over to the liquid fuel, presuming that's the correct decoupler. Yep, that's the right decoupler. We'll be onto the liquid fuel stage with a TWR of 3.77, holy balls. I won't thrust limit it, we'll just see how it flies, and I'll try and control it. I will thrust limit it. That's a lot. 3.77. We might as well pretend as though the Kerbal would be affected by the G-force, even though I don't have any mods installed that would do that. Let's say about 2.5, because we'll start at 1.5, 1,000 meters per second later we'll probably be around 2.5, or somewhere near there. It wouldn't break the Kerbal's spine anyway to suddenly accelerate to 2.5 from where we'll be started. Did the bot crash? Oh goodness. It hasn't thrown an error. Let me try and enter into my raffle. I have no indications of things not working. And yet I opened the raffle. Clock District got in the raffle, and then Trooper was entered into the raffle. And then when Portable Jim tried to do it, Portable Jim, you broke the raffle. You broke the raffle. Why would it have broken? It didn't respond to 3 people, and I think we had a small stream hiccup. Oh, you think Twitch maybe had a little burp? Had a little bit, needed to be put over its shoulder and burped like a little baby, Twitch, huh? Jeff Bezos, you need a little baby, little son of... That could have happened. I'm going to kill the bot, which means that, we're going to have to, anyone who's already got an entry will have to re-enter. And in fact, the bot is not responding to my press enter to stopness either, so yeah, something went wrong. Worked fine the first time we tested it, and we had a lot more people here, I think. Alright, the bot should be online again, and I'm going to reopen the raffle. There we go. And everybody grab your raffles by hitting raffle, and I will, keep an eye over here and see. Portable Jim, you didn't break it this time. Thank you. I should be able to minimize the window, right? I'm not going to minimize the window. I'll just leave it in the background there. Condor 70 is in the raffle. Looks like it's working so far, but it died last time after we had 3 in. Lo-fi loop in as well. Good. It seems to be working, and we're about ready to go on this thing, so we really do need a volunteer. What ship number are we on? Don't save. Scroll me down. We'll be on to ship 006. The number of, let's say, man. No. If man is 5 and the devil is 6, then that must make me 7. This honky's gone to heaven, but if I go to hell... 006, and the name of this will be, the Kerbal Chucker. First craft to throw a little green man, vaguely in the direction of up. And is the staging all correct now? No, you got distracted mid-staging it, so we will want to do the breaking off of the thing and then the parachuting on the coming homeness. Yes. And with that amount of Delta V, we should definitely make it to space. The only question is, will the craft be flyable once we transfer onto this liquid fuel stage? We've got 10 reaction wheel strength up here, and we've got no gimbal back there, so it's going to be all reaction wheels. And honestly, when I started to build this thing, I was thinking more orbital. I was thinking, oh, we'll already be up at 40k, but we're only going to be at like 10, 11k probably when we break that off, so yeah. Yeah, can 007 be a James Bond reference? It has been in my YouTube series back in the day, the Kerbal things. We did Mission 007 of a career mode in the stock game, and the whole episode was a James Bond ripoff. It was a 2-parter, too, so it was really a James Bond ripoff. It wasn't over when it was done. But yes, if you haven't gotten into the raffle, hit exclamation point raffle right now, because we need a Kerbal to win and fly this thing to space. I need a winner. I need a name to slap onto a Kerbal. And I really should pull down Crew Manifest as well if I don't already have it in here. What are you? Your texture replacer. And incidentally, so right now we can meet the Kerbals that we have. I do have a mod installed called Kerbal Renamer that gives us a lot more varied names, and I believe the names that are in here are, if I remember what the developer of Kerbal Renamer put on the page, it's appropriate to the 1950s era space race of like which nations. And so you'll see a lot of Russian names and a lot of American names and that kind of a thing. Doesn't cover all the nations of the world, but that was just a limitation of how much time you're going to put in. So instead of the usual crew, we've got Nina Hoffman, presumably where Jeb would be. We've got Jack Bailey, who as an engineer would be Bill. We've got Sergej Smirnov. I don't know how you pronounce it. Sarge Smirnov, who replaces Bob. And Val has been replaced by Helmut Hoffman. I've seen Helmut Hoffman in here before, I swear. I wonder if there's something in the Kerbal Renamer mod that prefers alliteration, too, between the S and the S and the H and the H. What do we got over here? Yeah, this does not support my theory. Damn it. Damn it. Alright, well, I've given everybody as much time, then, as I can for this raffle. So I'm going to close it up. In fact, I'm not going to close it up. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to roll for a winner, and we're going to see if it does the thing. If there was an FF, well, then my theory is perfect. It must be the truth, then. We're going to roll and find out who our first Kerbal to space is, right? Wait. It's been so long since we did anything, we might as well go the whole... And the first Kerbal to go to space in our new program is... Lo-Fi Loop! Lo-Fi Loop, you have been selected. You'll be receiving 3 inches in the mail. Wait, no. You'll be going to space today is what's going to happen. And you'll have to give me just a second in order to make that happen. What we're going to have to do is I'm going to quit to the main menu, but I don't have to quit out of the game, and I'm going to go and edit the persistence file manually for Kerbal Space Program for our save, and you're going to become... shoot, who's that pilot again? The one that should be Jeb? Well, I'll see if I can see it when I find the persistence file. So under saves and pros before crew, and then there's a persistence.sfs, and then I'll just edit that with Notepad++. And I really do need to know the name. So we're actually going back in to find out the name that I didn't pay attention to. This game's loading times are bound to your frame rate. I just halved my initial load by removing my global FPS lock. Oh, really? Really? Well, that's... I think I've got mine locked to 100 frames per second because that's what my main monitor is. And so you're saying if it okay. If it won't hurt anything to do that, then I will do that. It's Nina Hoffman that I'm looking for. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's quit to the main menu, and that'll give me a chance to make that change as well. Do you want to reload it? Yeah, reload it. And I'm going to find Nina Hoffman. There she is, and I'm going to Control-R, replace with Lo-Fi Loop. All one word.
You are but one.
All one word, all lowercase. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Nina Hoffman is becoming Lo-Fi Loop, replace all. Okay, I think I put it, wait. Oh, she's got 2 N's at the end of her name. Okay, well now that means that Lo-Fi Loop N has to become Lo-Fi Loop. Replace all. Lo-Fi Loop, you're in here. You are in here. And now I'll save my persistence file. And I'll leave that open in case we have to do that again this stream. I doubt we will. Since we're back here, let's go to the options, or the settings. And I had a max frames per second in here. I presume we're on our graphics on. Frame limit 100 frames per second. So if I crank it all the way up to 180, or is there a no default, or just push it all the way up? I don't know which you do. Which one have you done, Simpsons fan? Default or 180? Those are my only 2 options here, it seems, anyway. Default is no lock, but you can leave that at 100. Oh, I can leave it at 100? He said, use Riva Tuner to lock my FPS. The in-game FPS setting doesn't matter. Oh, I see. It's smart enough to release it during its own loading times. Cool. Interesting knowledge, anyway. And Lo-Fi Loop with the subscription. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. 8 months. Let's go to space, indeed. Just cancel any changes I was going to make there. No sandcastles today? Yeah, you look bored. Alright. Let's get back in here. A lot of little futzing to start the live stream off today, you know? Last time it just felt good. It felt like we were on a pace, but it's been, let me go outside and try and mod the mod that's breaking my game. Oh, no, that didn't work. Oh, let's go, now I gotta edit the persistence file, but I have, and that's not the building you meant to click on. And there you are, Lo-Fi Loop. You're ostensibly Jebediah Kerman. You're in the spot anywhere where Jebediah Kerman would be, but in this world, Jebediah Kerman was a lady named Nancy or something. Nina Hoffman. So what we've done, in case you've seen this sitcom, it's not sitcom, in case you've seen this, is from the future, we've sent you back to occupy the body of someone who was about to die in a horrible space accident. And what we need you to do is make the world a better place so that in the future we don't have to be sending people back in time in order to make the world not an awful place in the future. Got that? Alright, good. Let's put this thing out onto the pad and hope that Lo-Fi Loop is not also the first Kerbal to die in the program. That's entirely possible, I think. I can hear your voice too. Oh, you're a teal little thing, Lo-Fi Loop. Look at you. Look at you. I love where the camera is too, in that cockpit. I don't think I've seen that before. Is that changed? Is that altered by some mod that I've put in? Because that's cool. I like that. The angled view. In fact, let's see what your view is. It would be C. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh, look at all the functional stuff we've got in here now. What's that? Junk Systems Incorporated, advanced flight instruments for every conceivable occasion. I've got raster prop monitor installed, and this is the first time that we've looked at any of the things that it gives us, which is a lot of different control screens with apparently a lot of different options. We could actually fly the entire mission from in here if I knew which buttons to flip and things, is I think how that works. Nifty. Ooh, what do we got over here? Oh, geez. RCS, SAS, gear, lights. Can I click on a thing? You don't click on those. I don't want to accidentally, like, make something happen, but at the same time, I'm very interested to see, you know, can I interact with this by clicking? It doesn't seem like... Oh, yes, I can, and I have. Uh-oh. Okay, is that just two different kinds of nav ball? Okay. Let's put the nav ball up here, actually, and then... I don't know what that is. Target management? Wait, engine igniter not installed. What would that be? Maybe docking assistance or something like that? Let's have that up there, and then, since this is also, like, 3 seem to be something I don't care about, but there's another button. There we go. What's the use of that? I don't fucking know. Cool. Cool. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. I seem to be in the ship. There we go. We'll just back out. Never seen a teal Kerbal. Yeah. I wonder if she's just ill. This is what Kerbals look like when they're sick. Well, we'll just send her to space. We don't know if this rocket's going to work anyway, so we don't want to send somebody who's, like, healthy and viable. She's always sickly, hanging around the KSC, so decided we'll risk her life. SAS on, throttle to full. We could also, F5, I suppose, from here. Lo-Fi Loop. Godspeed. In 3, 2, 1, fire! That seems slower than 1.4. It's not. Maybe it was like 1.39 or something. But it's reasonable so far. Okay. First Kerbal to space. Not orbit, but to space. in a cockpit that is definitely not, you know, intended for spacing. We're going up good and slow here. Let me pull up our apoaps and periaps down there on the lower left. And we're getting some rocking back and forth. I guess that shows us the power of the SAS, that it is really yanking us back and forth. It would have been good to... Oh, jeez. Okay, this is not making me feel good about anything. Huh? Nope. Nope. There we go. We just need to get you to space, hon. Huh? Why things so unbalanced, though? Here we go. Just space is all we're looking for. Boy, when you don't bring any, gimbling. Boy, when you don't bring any gimbling, though. Nope, nope. Stay dead center. Hold it, SAS. Hold it. We're going to space. We don't need an orbit. That can be for the next craft. Get my apoaps into space. And then I will use all the liquid fuel that we have left to blow it out so that we're not just going straight up and coming straight down. Because if you go straight up and come straight down, you go straight down into death. That's 73 kilometers on the apoaps. That will put us into space, straight up, and then we'll turn her down. Oh, that was a bit of a sonic boom there. I've also got the RSE, real something something. Might not even be real, I don't know. But that's the audio. Rocket sound enhancement, yeah, that's it. I love my mod pack. We going beyond 70 kilometers, yes. Clock District has the popcorn for us. Okay, get me up here. So we learned... Something wrong with my computer or something? We learned, you know, an important lesson for the next Kerbal, who does have to orbit, which is, you know, bring gimbal. Bringing gimbals would be good. Or putting 4 fins on instead of 3. Because, let me tell you, the 3 sucked. The 3 didn't pull me. The 3 wanted to pull me in very much a different direction from where I was going. And I'm just going to put you down on the horizon here, and, that's really your prograde? Okay, if you say so. I'm blowing it out. Now remember, we're not here to make, orbit. Ah, to hell with it. I'm going to try and pull you back a little bit equatorial, huh? And we're out in that stage. Good. We'll be coming down in water. That'll be an even safer return for Lo-Fi Loop than what I was planning. I was actually kind of hoping that we would make it to the next continent over just to get, you know, different science, or to have a chance at getting different science anyway. Give me a quick save from here, and just to get a little bit more out of this, we'll release on our prograde. And so our periapsis is at -500 there. Out into the ocean, a bit north of equatorial. It's fine though, isn't it? It's fine. Oh, and we're immediately back into, is that the way you're going? I'm very confused. I'm so often equatorial. There must be something about the camera that's like snapped to equatorial here. I don't understand. Why'd you choose a plane cockpit instead of a rocket pod? Because we don't have rocket pods yet. In probes before crew, SAS off. Let's see if this holds itself into the wind. In probes before crew, we would have to be buying in the 90, the tiers of science, the R&D that cost 90. And not only did we not have 90, but in order to get to that tier where the crews or the pods would be, we would have had to buy through a 45. So basically we needed 135 science. We had 88. You moved the camera with middle mouse on ascent. Oh, is that right? I use middle mouse a lot to, you know, frame my shots cinematically. Something felt kind of odd about it, though, this time. Oh, I could have taken a lot off of the ablator, too. That was silly of me. I usually do that, you know. Pretty much always do that. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do pawn. I'm going to use the SAS. I'm going to nose down and just try and get a little bit of body lift to help us, like, plane out this descent, so that instead of just going straight down like a dart, we're creating, you know, lift based off of our drag that will help this kind of fly. And slow us down a little bit. So we're at 260 meters per second. Parachute is safe to deploy. It is safe to deploy down here, too. It's the right color. We should be good here. The ablator didn't even really get touched. It's still got 200 out of 200. I will deploy at 3K for you, Lo-Fi Loop. The probes I've been deploying at 1K and setting them up to only do full deployment at like 500. But for you, we deploy at 3K, and full deployment occurs at the stock standard time of 1,000. And you are coming down at 8 meters per second. It's a lot faster than you'd want to be coming down if you were actually in there, Lo-Fi Loop. But you'll be fine. Hey, can you EVA? No. We haven't purchased into EVAs yet. However, oh geez, this whole time I forgot entirely about science we could be taking. We could at least be doing crew reports. We've already been to science with all of the probes and stuff like that. So we missed an opportunity to get science from space. But we'll get it on the next one. I presume the next mission they're going to give us that involves Kerbals will ask us to go orbital. Hope the whiplash wasn't too bad on that shoot deploy. Let's hope the cockpit doesn't point prograde. Hey, let's go ahead and do this. With the little SAS, let's hold you on the horizon so that you're splashing down with your butt. There you go. That's what you want to see. Now, what I would love to do, as long as you're not going to actually, like, you know, sink here. In fact, I might even go ahead and put an F5. Can't quick save while moving over the surface. So because I've got scatterer... Oh, I got a quick save in there. Alright, now EVA. Yes. And what I would like you to do is... well, number one, yeah. Take an EVA report from the water. That's going to be worth 10 science. So we will be able to buy at least another 45-degree thing there. Are you, like, checking out the fish? Listen, just because it's safe from vacuum doesn't mean you're not going to get wet in there. That's exactly what it means. If it holds air, then it's not going to let water through. The other thing is to take the data out of the pod, and then we'll get back in, be bored. And now, because I've taken the crew report that we got in air out, and then put it back in, we've basically sorted our files and have room for another crew report. It's the stupidest thing that they still left in Kerbal. I feel like this needed to be like, you just need to be allowed to do multiple crew reports. I know that it's like part of the game that if you can't get out of the ship in the early game, then you can't restock your crew report. I get that, but it's just, there's no explanation for why she can't look out the window if she's already looked out the window before. You need, if you really want that mechanic, you got to come up with another reason for it. Call it something else. But so we've gotten her EVA report, and we've gotten 2 crew reports, and I think that's all we could do here, so I'm going to go ahead and recover this vessel. Kerbalism has that. What? What does it have? The thing that I was just talking about, or where you can actually do the thing, or is Kerbalism something around like G-forces and whiplash that we were talking about before? So we brought back 25 science almost, and we're up to 75 again. We can't afford another 45, tier. And we brought back 1,800 of the funds. And Lo-Fi Loop, you have gained 1 experience point, but you have not come up to level 1. You have to orbit if you're going to go level 1. You can have multiple reports with Kerbalism, but they aren't instant. Okay, yeah. So many different, mods have just fixed the game in ways that are just really obvious. Why didn't the developers? So we have actually bought in via enhanced survivability to the place where if we got a little bit more science, we could buy into the proper kind of command modules. So I would like to do that. I would like to buy in, so I would like to save this science and make that happen. But first, let's see what kind of contracts we have available now. We now have the crude stable orbit. So we need to achieve an orbit and return. And that'll be worth 117k. That's a nice payout for early game moderate mode. So yeah, we're definitely taking that. Is there anything else here that would give me a chance to, I don't know, get more science in before I send another Kerbal in a jet cockpit to space? I mean, it was fine. It wasn't a problem or anything, but maybe it was, the aerodynamics of it. Maybe were pulling me off in one direction, too. I don't know. What do we got here? Haul the parachute into flight. I think we've got all of the same crappy missions that we were looking at before. Yeah. Some of them will be expiring soon, 8 minutes from now, and then we'll see some good stuff. Now, in order to get the real cockpits, I could go around the Space Center and pick up more science. But if I was going to do that, then I would want to do this. Local Science 1. There are so many research opportunities right in our backyard. We should focus on local research to bootstrap our space program. That way, when we do make it further out there, we'll be sending the best technology we can. So if I pay 5,000 Kuros, we decided as the currency, then I will get a 20% bonus to any science that I'm collecting from the KSC. And there are multiple levels of this. If we could get into, local science 2, 50% bonus to KSC and 25 for anything that comes from Kerbin. And then at level 3, 150 bonus to the KSC, 100 for Kerbin science, and 2 science 2% science costs less in research. We can't do any of those right now. But I will pay 5,000 in order to make the science we collect at the KSC 20% more valuable. And then we will go and collect it, but we will collect it after we do a little bit of a, tweak on our unlicensed streamer Mark 1 here. So, what are the things that we could do to improve this little 2-prop, 2-rotor drone that we made? Number one, I would like to see if we can do away with we were holding power constantly, so can we get away without that much charge? And can I move... Well, though, that antenna being there, put it back, was balancing out the, mass of all these things. Not that it matters in a real way, but I like it when I like that it's balanced, when it's balanced. Yeah, I might just leave all of that as it is. But what we could do then is if I pull this off, and I pull that off, and I grab this, put it back on in radial symmetry, then we've got, the colors are the same the way that I wanted them. Oh, except for let's have it on the other way around since the solar panels facing up there. Yeah, just like that. And then I put this back on. And I use an absolute snap to get it to exactly there. Oh, but I don't want that in symmetry mode. Silly. So put it on in single mode. No. There you go. And then hit it with an absolute snap. And now it's dead in that position, and when I put this one on this side, at 2, at 2, Brutus, it 2, with an absolute snap, will be in exactly the same and the correct counterbalance place. That looks weird. It's offset, but it's just because of the gray line on that side of things. I'm pretty sure we are in the we were in absolute snapping mode when I touched it, and so it's got to be dead center there. Boy, it doesn't look it. Does it? Yeah, no, it does. It does. Cool. Was there any other tweaksing that I could do? I don't recall there being any other tweaksing that I could do. I'll tell you what, maybe on the legs, the damper strength could be even less. Because we've got the spring strength way up, and in fact, I'll pull that back down a little bit. The legs have a tendency to blow up on this craft when it's landed, apparently. We will call this the Mark II, I guess. Even though there's not much of a change to it, just in case something I did really screwed something up. We'll call it the Mark II so we can go back to the Mark I, but I'm sure that there are other things that I wanted to do that I cannot currently remember. We will find them out as we fly it. But this is our little science gathering guy, and it can do, you know, nice, like, local observation missions and stuff where you just need to fly over and take a temperature. But I just want the 90 science that we need to buy the next tier for the next mission, because, you know, like we saw, we can upgrade our strategy that we've got enabled and get even more science from this stuff, so I don't want to take any more than I absolutely need to. Let's get that torque going. Let's get this torque going. They are separate from one another, sadly. And we don't have action grouping. So this is how this has to be. I have to have one of these here and one of them there. And you guys were suggesting last stream, what if you had them both on one side? Instead of having them at either side, it would be at least a little bit easier to reach to both of them as you need to. So I'll do like that. We turn SAS on, and we hit the deploy angle on one of them. Nope, and then I counterbalance it with this as I'm going. So 1 and 1, we're up, pull the gear in, and let's just have it, well, 3 apparently. I was aiming for a 2, but we got a 3 out of it. And let's go into locked camera mode. Easier to fly any sort of helicopter craft when you're in locked mode and the world tilts against you. Tilts with you, rather. So, where do we want to get the science from? Let's get the science from the spaceplane hangar. Last time we landed on the spaceplane hangar for a little bit of science. This time, we will, where can I put that where it looks okay? Not there. This time we'll land, just, you know, in front of the spaceplane hangar. That'll be my goal there. So let's start bringing the... Ooh! Bringing the deploy angle in. Okay, this is not working out the way that I wanted it to. Please? Please? Is there any science left on here? Doesn't appear to be any science left on there. Oh wait. Telemetry report from the VAB. I don't want it. If I can't get it all, I don't want it. Alright, so... yeah, that was... We'll recover it. I won't play it with a revert. I'll just recover it. I remember it just being so nimble last time that I could overpower any setting that I put in, but apparently I was a bit more afraid of it, which is what needed to happen. I needed to be afraid of it. No parts lying out there that I need to collect? Okay, let's put another one out on the runway. You know, this is the benefit of of it all being probes before crew. The explosions don't get anyone dead, unless they were standing nearby. Hello, Mephistopheles. How you doing? And all of these issues will be resolved the moment that we buy into whatever tier it is, that whatever it is I have to buy into at the KSC in order to get basic action grouping. If we had action groups, then I wouldn't have to control these things independently of each other. I wouldn't have to grab onto each blade. And you know what? Since I was flying better when I was putting them on either side, I'm going to put them on either side. Just in case that has something to do with anything. Let's go into locked cam, SAS on, and go slowly up to a degree where you're flying. 2 and 3 and 2. No, let's go 3. Okay, they're both at 3 degrees now. And again, heading for the spaceplane hangar. I would like to park right in front of it. Like we rolled it out, rolled up the garage door on the front of the thing and rolled it out there. Pull in the gear so we can get higher speeds or something. Some justification that will make sense eventually, maybe. I'm going to try and pull down the deploy angle as we go there. Down to 1 and 1. Whoa, 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 whoa.
There are never any issues. This is KSP.
Okay, we are coming down. Some landing legs out. Just a moment. Be with you in just a moment. That was -2. I want to be going towards 0. Okay, that's 0. Dramacian with 1,000-bit cheer. Holy crap, thank you so much, Dramacian. You got the Breath of the Wild, sound effect. You gotta cheer big to hear the Breath of the Wild. Da, 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 da. Issues? There are never any issues. This is KSP. Yes, everything works. The game is finished, number 1. I think we can all agree that the game is completely finished. Alright, just a moment. I want to... Thank you so much. Big old cheer. I want it to be back here, okay? I wanted to land it over here. I didn't want it to be near Gene's hideout. I wanted it to be on the concrete. In fact, let's spin it around. It's a helicopter pulling. Don't be afraid to spin the damn thing. Nope, wrong. Yep, and then like this. Right, and now we've got control of it. 0 and 0. So, it'll be very slowly descending. But I would rather... There you go. Yeah, do a little bit of that. And then negate. And negate. Yep, and stop. Stop. Like that. And then a little bit lower 0, a little bit lower 0. We're on the ground and ready to do some science. Don't land too close to the buildings. Oh, will it count as being right at the SPH main building if I landed too close? I wanted it to be right here. I just thought it would look cool. Is this just the spaceplane hangar generically, or is it the building? It's the generic spaceplane hangar, and that's what we're looking for. So 1.4 science off of telemetry data. 4.3 off the pressure scan. Temperature gives us 2.9. Temperatures are literally nominal. And finally, mystery goo. 8.6 for that observation. Now we were at 70 something, and I wanted to count to 90, and I would say that we just got about 15 out of all that. I would say that we need a little bit more, wouldn't you? However, we've got that bonus, that boost, where it gives us 20% extra science when we bring it back in. I would like to not do any more biomes here at the KSC. I'd like to save them. So I'm just going to recover this vessel, cross our fingers, hope that we got 90 out of it. I know we're going to be really tight, but if we got it, we got it. The Master Sword is now canon. And at random intervals, apparently. Or maybe just after it's been online for a little bit too long. I just got the notice that I'm connected to the chat room. Welcome to the chat room. Welcome. Have we been going on and offline or something? Have you guys been able to... Is that maybe the problem? Let's look over here at my Twitch stream. Only twice so far. Maybe that's the problem. We're losing connection. The bot loses connection. The bot can't recover the connection. I haven't given it, like, any amazing code that would do that sort of a thing, and then it's just... It's dead at that point. Alright, I'm going to close this down. I'm going to reopen it. The bot is online and authenticated again. So that would be the first thing to fix in the coding, would be, like, detection, offline detection. If it loses connection and needs to remake connection, then it, I don't know how you'd do that either, but that would be the first thing to point my attention to. I'm going to open up the raffle. I have opened raffle. And Dramacian, you were right there to hit raffle the moment that I got it open too. Okay. So yeah, get yourself an entry into the raffle if you want the first Kerbal to orbit the planet to be you. And I guess I'll even throw this in, Lo-Fi Loop, if you're still in here and you want to enter the raffle, and you win, then I will just send you to orbit. So that's something to consider, whether or not you want to, be involved in that, and, yeah. I'll do that. I think that would be a good thing. Oh, and you dingus, you need to head over to the R&D and actually buy the thing that you went out and got the science in order to buy, which is this here. Simple command modules. Gets us the Mark 1 command pod, gets us a ladder, and the onion. The utterly useless in the game onion. And we're bought in. I mean, I've taken the onion up under a fairing for, like, a space station, and then had it up there as, like, a drop pod that you could send back. But in terms of being able to fly a craft at the beginning of the game that has the onion in it, it just doesn't work. The aerodynamics of that little ping pong ball are so horrible, or at least have been in the past, unless they modified the game since last I played it, that it is my opinion that part just should not be. I know it's a making history part, and it's like, hey, this is like how they were at the beginning of the... But, you need to make the part work in the game. And especially if you're going to have it be one of the 2 cockpits you have available to you at the very beginning of any career campaign. You have to consider that if you want people to buy the game, as a first-time player, and buy all the DLC as well, get a discount, that kind of thing, you want people to do that, then you have to consider, if they do that, they've never played the game before, and you hand them both of these things at once, and one of them sucks ass, it's part of designing the game. Hey Noah, how you doing? DLC, that explains why I don't recognize it. You're not familiar with the onion? Yeah, that's part of the Making History expansion. And I have it because, somebody gave it to me. Possibly Dramacian. Somebody in this chat, bought me the DLC, and I put it in there, and I tinkered with that thing, and it's just, yeah. More evidence that they didn't really sit around and think too hard about the game. How am I doing, Noah? I'm doing... I could use a live stream break already. I feel winded. but I did really good. Yeah, I feel winded. I did really good after our last live stream. I took it incredibly easy for the next 2 days. Even when I was doing things, I did them in like the easiest way, and I did not experience post-exertional malaise. But right now, I think I do need a live stream break. As much difficulty as I'm having getting the breath that I want. Oh, you think it was Jim that bought me the making history? That's possible. That's possible. And thank you for the 5 bits, Jermacy. I'm going to take a live stream break before we build the orbital craft just because I need it. I'm a person with a disability over here. I have myalgic encephalomyelitis, ME, commonly known as chronic fatigue syndrome. It's a horrible name made by people who, are horrible people who assumed that the disease was basically yuppies being lazy. And because they did that, our disease has been scoffed at for 40, 50 years and is now possibly the worst disease that humanity has to offer. That it will keep you alive and continue sucking the energy away from you and take your life, but not take your life. Studies have shown that it is more debilitating than multiple sclerosis. And since long COVID is now a path to MECFS, like that's what long COVID is it's a new sort of flare, a new kind of strain, so to speak, of MECFS. There are 9 million of us with the disease, and the medical industry still, far and away believes that it's psychological as opposed to neurological, endocrine, and autoimmune, which it fucking is. There's no argument except that clinicians and even researchers are just undereducated. So now you got a little primer on the disease. That is why I want to take a live stream break to get a little bit more breath and why I started talking a lot slower. But we'll be back with our first orbit of the planet after this live stream break. Now, damn it, why do my webcams go offline changing scenes? That shouldn't happen. Like, every time I reload into this scene, they should work. I'll have a look at that during the live stream break while I'm catching my breath. Meet me back here in 7 minutes or so. Pawn not ready with any music. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Yeah, that was a good break. I got a little B12 under my tongue right now, and I see in chat that I have some fellow CFS sufferers. Clock District, you've got chronic fatigue syndrome, and Simpson Fan got a POTS diagnosis in July. POTS being when you stand up, you go tachycardic. Yes? Mouse? What mouse? What mouse are you talking about? This is just me. This is what I look like now. This is what ME-CFS will do to you. It flattens you out, it makes you white, pale, it gives you a black border. And Lava Lamp subscribing 35 months. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. 35 months. One more, and it's 3 years? Good Lord. What is wrong with you people? I mean, thank you. Thank you. Yo, happy Kerbals, indeed. I'm having fun. I'm glad to be back. As for me, I don't think I don't go tachycardic. I go the other way. Well, I mean, it's not the other way, is it? It's just when I think tachycardic, I think hypertensive, and but that's not necessarily what's going on there. I definitely have some hypotension when I stand up, and today I took a shower, which I don't do that often anymore. You know, I'm mainly bedridden, and standing up. And taking the effort to have a shower or even a bath is something that I don't do that often, and I did today because I was feeling good. And at the end of it, oh my God, my feet were they were flaming red feet. By the way, I didn't figure out why this doesn't seem to be work. You know what? Hang on, let me do this. There we go. Yeah, I can just, like, jostle it around a bit, and that brings them back live. Okay, at least we've got a fix for it. And Dramacian, how do you unsubscribe and resubscribe every stream? That's 3 subscriptions and 3 streams. You have subscribed to me 3 times in the past 3 weeks, and I love it. I'm fine with it. But I have noticed... it's dangerous to go alone. Take these 5 gift subs. Thank you so much, Dramacian. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. Mephistopheles, Clock District, One Trick Pony, Bretaxi. How am I supposed to say that, by the way? Bretagy. And Hologram 1. Hologram 1, are you hiding in here? And you haven't said anything. Latra. Are you? Thank you so much, Dramacian. Courtesy of ECLGMG, welcome to the Big Dick Club. And welcome back to Kerbal Space Program. Yeah? Yeah. Hey, I never got a welcome to the Big Dick Club when I got gifted a sub. Well, you weren't here. You probably did get a big dick in your club. Wait, what were we saying? You probably did. Back into Kerbal Space Program, we have, in this live stream, sent our first Kerbal to space, and it was Lo-Fi Loop. But what we haven't done is orbited the planet with the Kerbal, and that's what we're about to do. And unless the bot has crashed again due to like losing communication with Twitch, seems to be doing it, we have a poll open in chat where you could be, the pilot who gets... You could be the one who orbits the planet for the first time. Type !raffle, and whoever does that first will find out whether or not the bot went offline again. If it crashed again, then I'll just wait until we've got a ship to send, and then we'll reopen everything because it seems to be crashed. It's funny because it was stable last time that we used it, but I think it's just if it loses communication with Twitch, it can't reestablish it. I haven't put in any sort of code that would do that sort of a thing. So if the API doesn't do it automatically, then, oh Jesus, I've left a mouse on screen. So anyway, oh god, there's another one. They just keep coming. These mice on screen. So many of them. It's not even a mouse, is it? I think that's a rat, right? I don't know. Maybe it's a mouse. It doesn't matter. We bought into the Mark I command pod after doing a little bit of flying of our two-rotor drone to collect just the science that we needed for it. So now we've got the proper command pod and can safely send whoever's going to win the raffle to space in a vessel that maybe even makes the slightest bit of sense. So let's make a craft that maybe even makes the slightest bit of sense. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be crazy complicated. Thank you for that one. Let's see. Don't forget to add reaction wheels. I mean, this has got some reaction wheels of its own, and it should have a good aerodynamic profile. We shouldn't have to fight for once, is what I'm thinking. And also, I am going to. In fact, we said that this is better in this scene. I am going to bring the swivel this time. The Reliant was for, suborbital. The swivel, having seen how well the Reliant performed, I think we'll go back to having some gimbal on our engines there. And then, yes, a tiny little decoupler. Obviously, that's what you'd want. Sort these by mass. I wish I could, that's what I always want. I always want it sorted by mass, Kerbal. Can we do that? Is that a thing we can do? So, with the swivel, 3 of those, where we're standing right now is, if we start from altitude, we'll have 2,203 meters per second. Let's put just a little bit more fuel on there. Now we've got 2,400, and all we need is 1,000 from an SRB lifter stage. Something that's good at pushing through the lower atmosphere. Which, from sea level, this one gives us not quite 1,000, but we don't need a full 3,400 to get to orbit if we fly it well. And this should be a simple craft that should fly well. So I will go with that if it's still viable by the time we get all of the pieces onto it. And the pieces are going to include... I don't really want to... I mean, do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? That's my question. I'm gonna have 2 of those, and then 2 of these. I'm always trying to be, I'm trying to do something stupid, right? He's always trying to do something stupid. Let me tell you, this kid. I think they probably want to be up there. We only need, a little bit of authority if it starts to topple in the direction we're turning, so, yeah, save a little bit of weight, only have control surfaces on the 2 that are on the plane of our ascent, and then everything else is just there for stability. That's what I'm going for there. We're down to 957 meters per second just by adding that weight, so, getting closer to, this thing isn't making it up there, kid. And we, haven't added in the actually viable return stage yet, so it could get to the point where I'm going to need an extra...
Oh, no!
Extra SRB. I think the F is this fin setup. I will not stand for this. Well, sit down, man. You don't need to, hurt... Take a load off. I'm going to be standing around. What's that sounds icon next to my name mean? You're watching without audio. Nerd God. Apparently that icon, when I hover over it, it says watching without audio. Have you got closed captioning? How are you doing this, Nerd God? Give me the decoupler. There we go. You got that and that. And, let's sexify it. Yeah, let's just go, how about white. And then white. So that'll be, and then wait. White. That looks so, wrong. You know, I just been playing Kerbal Space Program long enough for that to look just like, what? No. It's just because you know, it doesn't look like that. Let's change the color of the fins. Can't change the color of those fins, so let's not change the color of the fins. Let's leave those exactly as they are. Decouplers don't need this, but we'll wait. Orange. Warning. Or black with red. Let's do black with red this time. Which is left by 1 in the variance. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so now you can come home, whoever's winning this one, anyway. Aerodynamics are good. We are going to space with a Kerbal. We've already gotten all the science from local to Kerbin in space, I'm pretty sure. So I don't see any need to bring a thermometer, a barometer, or a mystery goo. Yeah. But we will remember to get a crew report from space this time, because we didn't get that last time. As long as this is pointing pro grade, before 300 meters per second, it'll probably be okay. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Lava Lamp. So this should be the 7th ship, if I recall. Yeah, we did 6 last time, so just cancel that. I know what it is. It's 7th, so it's 007. I expect you to die, Mr. And then we need the name. We need the winner of this raffle. So who's about to win the raffle is my question. Let's hope that it's still, you know, functioning. And I'm going to... In fact, Noah, if you want to just roll it. Don't close it first. Just roll it. Because it's supposed to, like, auto-close itself. And then I put in a little sleep on it, a little delay, and then it draws. A winner is Clock District. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have a winner. And so I expect you to die, Mr. Clock District. In fact, you don't capitalize it in the middle there, so I won't either. But you can also talk if you want. Are we all familiar with that scene from Sean Connery era James Bond? Yes, you know. Do you expect me to talk? Wow, I actually did a pretty good Sean Connery off the hip there.
Paul Finger, you expect me to talk?
Yeah, there you go. You expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to die. And he might say it the other way around. It's one of those phrases that's like, you remember it the way that sounds good, but actually it was said a little bit differently, like Shakespeare's, what is it? It's, the lady doth protest too much, methinks. Except for it's not that. It's methinks the lady doth protest too much. Or it isn't the one that I said last and it is the other one. It's one of those. It's one of those where it's like in the popular subconscious, it's impossible to remember what the hell it actually is without just looking it up. I Expect You to Die is a pretty good VR game. Are you disarming bombs or something? No, probably not, huh? They already did that with Keep Talking or Nobody Explodes. Or no, Keep Talking or Somebody Explodes. Keep Talking or Everybody Explodes. I don't remember what the name of it was. Like how Vader never said Luke. He never said, Luke, I am your father. He just said, no. Oh, he said, no, I am your father. Yeah. But it would have been better if he said, Luke, I am your father. So in the popular culture, that's how it was said. Because that's how it should have been written, Lucas. That's how you should have wrote the damn thing. And same thing with you, Bill Shakespeare. The lady doth protest too much, methinks. As opposed to methinks the lady doth protest too much. Although the iambic pentameter does work better the way that you did it. Son of a bitch, Bill. Mandala effect? Is that what that's called? Leave here, because what we need to do is we need to make Clock District a pilot. And I have to do that with Notepad++. So quit to main menu. And I've already got Notepad++ open to the persistence file. Do I want to reload the file? I absolutely do. Oh shoot, I don't know that I've done it again. I don't know the name of the Kerbal that I'll be replacing. I do, actually. It's Herman Hoffman. Is it Herman Hoffman? It's something Hoffman. It starts with an H. It's Helmut Hoffman. I was close. Helmut Hoffman is who I'll be replacing, because you're the other pilot in the program. Okay. Quit to the main menu, and then yes, go ahead and reload the latest version of it, and then find me Helmut. Finally, find me Helm. Okay. I was misspelling it. I was putting 2 M's in. Helmut Hoffman with 2 M's. Find that. Yes, I've got it selected right. Now we will replace that with clock district. Place all instances. Looks good to me. Save that persistence file. Let's hope that I, reloaded it and we don't have, we don't go back in time to before we ran missions or anything like that. I realize that's what I could screw up here at messing with the persistence file live. Wait, you can't rename in-game anymore? I haven't played in a while. You can create Kerbals with whatever name you want from the F12 menu, but I don't think you cannot rename them as far as I know, and I used to have a mod that did it, but I don't have that mod anymore. We're thinking that Crew Manifest is what I need to pull down with CCAN before the next stream in order to see if that will enable me to do it. And even if I had Crew Manifest, I remember there used to be limitations, or there might be new limitations where you can't rename the 4 starting Kerbals, even though my 4 starting Kerbals have already been renamed by another mod. I don't know. We'll run into it. But there you are, Clock District. And you're going to orbit in that craft that we just made that I need to take another look at because I don't think I was really ready for it. What's a CCAN, lol? A CCAN? Yes, a CCAN. What is that? That is a mod. Well, no, it's not a mod. CCAN is it's a program that actually handles all of the modding of Kerbal Space Program. People who make mods can add their mod to the CCAN list, and it's got a generic, default way of doing that, so that anybody who makes a mod can just get themselves lifted with CCAN. And then what you do is you install CCAN, point CCAN at your Kerbal directory, and CCAN will manage all of the mod stuff, including pulling down mods that the mod that you're downloading needs in order to function correctly. So it's it's a download manager and an update manager for mods that just makes it really, really just way simpler. It even monitors your game data directory so that it can see mods that you've installed manually. And usually it can't do anything with a mod that you've installed manually except for tell you there's one in there and I didn't put it there, so I can't, mess with it. But it does know that, and it does show it to you. It's really good. So sometimes, CCAN, the mod developer will have forgotten to update CCAN with the latest version of the mod, and you'll have to download it manually, but at the very least, CCAN will know that, hey, you've got that mod, and it's a version that I can't help you with. So what were we working on? We were working on yeah, all these don't load because my hack didn't work to get the heat shield working. I expect you to die, Mr. Clock District, because we're close to being done here, but I didn't do any staging. I can't actually be done. So let's do the staging then and see if I don't come up with another thing that we need to do. Well, and here we are in terms of we're down to, I would just call that 900 meters per second. I always round down when I'm trying to figure out what my delta V is going to be. That's probably the one that's supposed to go here, and then you. I can't tell. I can tell that that's that one, so this has got to be the other one. So we're starting with 900 meters per second of delta V, and presuming that gets us up to around 11K, then we'll have 2200 left. So 900 and 2200 means we would have 3100. That's not enough DV. to get us up there. And the thing is, I would want the delta V in the lifter in the solid rocket rather than in the liquid. But I don't think we're going to get it in the solid. Like, we should already be flirting with weight here. 14.7. Sort by mass. I might just be able to get away with this, and I would do it, even though it's a little bit silly. I would give it a try, you know. I've been playing Kerbal Space Program long enough that, try the silly things. It's what keeps it interesting. What kind of TWR do you have? From sea level, though. We're overweight, yeah, just by a little bit. I could take it out of the liquid stage, but it's only 1.1 TWR, blasting off with that, you know, Team Rocket style. You know, I could create like a complicated SRB state, you know, where there's like a smaller, there's 3 of them and that kind of, maybe that's what we'll do, in fact. Even as I'm saying it, I'm like, that's just stupid, don't do that. And then I'm like, maybe do that. I mean, the simplest thing would just be to add more to the liquid stage. Just replace this with this. And then from altitude, that gives us 2,400, and close to 900, we'd say like 850. 2,400, yeah, 2,400 and 850 is what I'd call that. And that's really tight. That's 3,250, right? Have I done that right in my head? So if that's what it is, that's really tight. Like, you can get to orbit on 2,200, but it's real damn tight. That does look like a really suspicious link. tie.emac.gsfc.nasa.gov. You know, so you know that it's legit, but geez, could they have done that anymore? Could they have made it a little bit more? That's what, you know, that's the kind of thing you get from really smart people, is they're always like trying to come up with some kind of system that works no matter what they're doing. And, you know, it's logically consistent even if they had to do this, and so you end up with a category that subcategorizes and subcategorizes and subcategorizes, and everybody around them is going, dude, no, that's a bad idea. And they're like, but wait, but let me explain. I'll tell you what, I could make this better if I got rid of those. And we just didn't have any aerodynamic control on this initial stage pushing us up. We get almost all the way back up to 900 meters per second. That's how we're going to do it. Keep it simple, stupid. That's the way you make things happen without killing Kerbals. I'm going to save that. The staging still looks good. We're at almost 900 sea level, and then we've got the 2,400 there, and that's, you know, we're going to be a lot closer to 3,300 delta V, and that's a definite, like, I can make orbit with that. It just matters how it's going to fly. And I don't think we need comms. I don't think we need any science added. I think that is ready to go. The Kerbal who will be flying it is not lo-fi loop. It is clock district. And we put it out on the pad, and we hit T, and we hit S, and we go. We hit T and Z, rather. SAS on, throttle to full. 1.69 TWR. Oh, geez, did I not adjust the TWR, though? Oops. I want it at 1.4. And yeah, it's still at 1.69. Revert to the VAB. Thank you for mentioning that, Clock District. You may have saved... Your life was never in any danger here. But you may have saved me a couple of dollars anyway. Let's get that back up. Make sure that we are on sea level. We are indeed on sea level. And get that down to 1.4. Boom. Boom, baby. Quicken. Quick clicking. And then when we get to altitude, instead of hitting 2.9 on that, I will thrust limit it down to like a 2.5. 2.5. That's as close as I'm going to get to 2.5. That's what we'll have on that one. Save it, and presuming you're still in the seat clock district, you are, launch it. It was nice knowing you all. Someone go check outside for the level of the sea. Yeah, I suppose if the tides are high, then the TWR is different, right? Why limit thrust? Kerbals love being turned into jelly. SAS on, throttle to full. You don't need that light on. This is another little... Oh! Hey! No, it works. Okay. Some of the lights for the restock part don't seem to work. You know, I think like the... Maybe it's the two-seater plane... plane module, you know, for tourists that you usually use for tourists. I think the lights don't work on that. Oh wow, you're right. He has blonde hair. He actually like does go with the James Bond. I don't know if he goes with James Bond being blonde, but you know, just he looks like an agent. You know what? He looks like Jason Bourne. That's close enough, right? He's just like me. Oh, really? He looks like you, Clock District? Do you think tides would actually make a difference to launch efficiency? I assume they probably do somewhat, but negligible? Yeah, I would guess it's negligible if there's any effect. I mean, you know, everything affects everything in this universe. You're going to get me started. This is going to turn into a Zen's Day. In 3, 2, 1. What do you say to a 007 if they're going up in a rocket ship? Godspeed, 00. That's what you say. And that's what I said. And now the TWR is 1.2. This fucking game. You saw me make the adjustment, and you saw it say 1.4. You saw me, like, ensure that I was looking at sea level, wasn't I? I probably wasn't looking at sea level, is the problem there. I probably opened it up to look at it and make sure that it was at sea level, and it was actually still on altitude. Is Jason Bourne blonde? I thought he was, wasn't he? We're turning a bit down to the west, which is the opposite of where we want to go there, Clock District. Grab the stick, son. Must have been the tides. Yeah, it was the tides have pulled us down to the west. Damn, we should have launched at a different time there. Okay, and on to the next stage now. Oh, okay. Yep, I maybe shouldn't have held on to that one. Clock District, what are you doing to me here? I was still holding in a direction. This was already, you know, scant on the Delta V, so I'm pretty sure you're not going to make it on this orbit, Clock District, but we can take you as far as we can take you, and then maybe you and Lo-Fi Loop trade back and forth on seeing which of you can actually get to space with the damn thing. We're already at 41 on the apoapsis. Yeah, I needed to turn down a lot differently than we did. But you know, when you started rolling over of your own volition, what do you want me to do about that? Hey. What's your cockpit look like? There's not as much cool stuff in here, but there is at least one cool stuff. Oh god, things are shaking. I can't click on any of these things. None of them are clickable. Damn it. Wait, no. It's C to get back out. And X. Damn it. I pressed all of the buttons. We have made it to orbit. Wow. How did all of these things get up? You still have... What do you got? You got 128 meters per second of Delta V left, and you're doing 2,000 meters. You're not making orbit this time, buddy. You're not making orbit. Really booking it to space today. Yeah, you might have been on fire a little bit there. I forgot to look. But I'll tell you what, here's what you're going to do that's really helpful to us, Clock District. You're going to be the Kerbal who brought back... Come on. Oh, we're not at the height yet. Now we're at the height. You're going to be the Kerbal who brought back space data. You're going to be the first Kerbal to report on what it looks like, what space looks like out the window. Maybe if you could get out and push. What do they know? What do they know? Because they're right, we're not going to make it. Oh, we're passing your app-waps right now. Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno. Burn, baby, burn. Burn your mother down. Something. Let's just leave that behind. Oh, I love the sound. Oh, this RSE is so good. Get this sound pack. It's good. It's good. This sound mod, rather. And get Chatterer. And get all the mods that I have. I have designed the perfect Kerbal Space Program installation. Let's just say what we're all thinking. Noah, you and Pony need to get together like you did on Minecraft and make this into its own mod pack that all gets downloaded. Actually, since you just learned today, Noah, that CCAN exists, you could figure it out how to make a mod that is just pulling down all of those mods and get it like registered through CCAN. We can make a mod of mods. and the thing that would make it like a mod that is actually my mod is we'll include my my farmer suit, my Kerbal farmer outfit for when Kerbals are on the ground that I made from the barn mod days. Zoe and me aren't on talking terms? Aw, damn. The muted sound is so good, isn't it? It just sounds right. About 250 meters per second short, but you did have a flip and such. Yeah, you did very well for having flipped in the atmosphere and all. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed bastard. Is he blue-eyed too? No, his eyes are still just drawn on with a Sharpie. 4 times Fizz Warp, please. Let's get down. You will be coming down at night, and you have made it far enough that you could be coming down on land, which could either be beneficial to us, in that, you know, we get new data, new science, or it could be detrimental to us in that we leave you as a splotch on the side of a mountain that we didn't see coming. Oh, Jesus. I say that just as we get the sonic booms. And considering... Well, I've got radar altitude right now, yeah. So we know that below us... Yeah, we're not hitting a mountain. We can actually even start to see out.
You are but one.
Oh, thank you for the follow. J... It's so small on my screen. I can't read... Oh, 3K. Let's pop a shoot. Let's... Initial deployment, anyway. And... Yeah. Fully deployed. And we are over water. Damn it, you're gonna live. Which, I'm not complaining that you're gonna live. My damn it is that we don't get any new data other than the space that you brought back. You did good, Hawk District. Water landing looks like... Yeah, son of a biscuit. If he's going too fast in the lower atmosphere, he's just going to get drag losses. What? Oh, you were replying to Lava Lamp on going up a little bit faster? The gravity losses are bigger? Yeah, we definitely lost something to coming off the pad at 1.2 instead of 1.4. 1.4 is a solid place to go up. You know, it's a nice balance between the two effects that you guys are talking about. But either the game lied to me, like it sometimes does. It sometimes just doesn't give you the right delta V readings. I think, anyway. You know? It's Kerbal Space Pro. You're never quite sure of what the hell's going on. There's too many friggin' moving parts. Welcome back. We already did all the science from having you landed in water, so I'm just having you come home, son. When I adjusted, I was looking at 11 kilometers altitude, not sea level. Okay. Yeah, that's the other way that it can go wrong. That's where there's just too many moving parts to be sure. But I have absolutely... We did it at the beginning of this stream. I had the SRB on, and I yanked the SRB off the bottom because it was showing 2 point something TWR, and I put it back on, it went down to 1.8. Where I knew it was supposed to be. So sometimes it lies to you, and sometimes you just have the wrong thing selected. Welcome back, Clock District. You did get an experience point for going up and coming down. You did not go up in level, though. Because you need to go around the planet in order to do that. And so now that we've got 2 pilots named after people from chat, we're going to alternate back and forth between those pilots until one of you makes orbit, is how this is going to go. So, Clock District, get out of there. Lo-Fi Loop, you have a chance to, in this ship, which should be able to make it, lead us to orbit. You just got to fly it better than Clock District did. And I'm going to keep saying that it's your fault, Clock District, and not mine. That's the privilege of the commander. TWR at 1.2, we wanted it at 1.4. We'll be getting Delta V back by lifting off a little bit faster. We'll be getting Delta V back by not toppling in the atmosphere, and hopefully we'll be getting Delta V back by having a faster turn down the ball as we go up. So all of those benefits you have going for you, Lo-Fi Loop. We learned a lot from watching Clock District do it wrong. Can you do it for us? Clock District says, I'll take it. I did a sick kick flip. I'm throwing in kick flip in there. Sick kick flip, yeah. Brah, do you even kick flip? Can you even ollie? Brah. SAS on, throttle to full. Oh, I forgot that you were, So it is suspected, okay, by some modern Kerbal researchers that the teal race of Kerbals are descendants from an ancient Minmus Minmus race, who are actually the original Kerbal that they came to this solar system from somewhere else after having destroyed their own planet. I am talking about Kerbantology right now, and that the Thetans that Tom Cruise worships along with the spaghetti monster are the origin of Kerbals on Kerbin. Teal Kerbals are from Mimus because they're stupider? I don't know. SAS is on, throttle is to full in 3, 2, 1, for L. Ron Hubbard. And we're away at the correct thrust-to-weight ratio this time. Go ahead and pop that out. No, I won't. Yes. Now, if you can, I'm going to, bank us down a little bit to the east if you've got any authority via the reaction wheels at all. It looks like you've got a little bit of pull. I just got to make sure and not be still pulling to the west, or to the east, when we destage the SRB here. Oh, thank you, Noah. I'll have a look at the mods that you recommend. What rhymes with Minmus? Oh, jeez. Orange rhymes with Minmus, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Now let's just tap you down the ball a little bit. Let's go gentle, smooth. You're already at a 20k apoapsis here. Oh, that's actually fine. We're doing good. That's where I would want to be. Okay. But I do need you to come down the ball, baby. There you go. There you go. You're already at 40 at 20. Now this is not where I want you to be. But now I'm not afraid of toppling you anymore. So we'll bank down hard at this point. We're at 60 at 30. That's not what I want. Bank down right there, real hard. Oh, damn. Is my hard drive full? I just heard a bling. I think those fins might have been lacking control authority. Well, we may have torn the ones off that had control authority. I'm burning toward the planet now in order to just keep us burning without blowing the apoaps out. We're making our speed while we're making our speed. That's the idea here. 67, 68, 69. It's down here 72 kilometers on the APWAPS. Pull back up, point at our prograde. That was a very good ascent. We now have 15 meters per second of delta V. Damn it. I feel like Lo-Fi Loop, you didn't make it either. I mean, we're really close. But, but I think we might just need more fuel. The only improvement that could have been made was a faster turn down the ball. And to do so, I would probably need control, I would probably need control surfaces on the fins, which would add weight, which would lose us like 50 meters per second of delta V, so it kind of ends up being the same, we get the delta V back by flying better, but lose the delta V to weight, is what I would think would happen there. So we might just need more fuel. Try without fins? Oh yeah, I could just drop the fins entirely. They weren't helping us much going up. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. I like that lava lamp. What's our APWAPS? Just before 73. Yeah, that was freaking me out that we were on the wrong side. So just before 73, we'll blow out the last 15 meters per second, delta V here. $72.981, 72.9. Since it's all going to go in one, I will wait until we were at the absolute tip. 8, 1. And I've given you everything that I could possibly give you to make orbit, and if you would have made orbit, you wouldn't have been able to come down. So, so be thankful that that didn't work out. And into atmosphere again, SAS off. Okay, SAS on, get us more or less on prograde, and then 4 times Fizz Warp. And that's 2 pilots who have gone suborbital here. The next flight, I think that we'll get it. We take the fins off, we'll get like 50 meters per second of delta V back, and that'll be everything that we need to make this orbit, just barely. But we'll be making it. Oh, and this time we can get the crew report from upper atmosphere. Is that what we got? We must have gotten lower atmosphere last time, or else it wouldn't be green. So yeah. So now I think we've gotten crew reports from flying at, from upper atmosphere, and from space. So it's not like, we have gotten something out of this every time. Oh, and the ablator! I can get weight back from the ablator. We've 200 ablator on this orbit. LKO, we could be down at 20 if we wanted to. I'll put 40 on. But yeah, silly me. Are we going to hit land? Looks like we're going to be just off the shore. I can make you swim for it. In fact, can I, body lift. Body lift. That ain't going to work, Pawn. SAS off. 4 times Fizz. Wait, at 3K, I'll get the parachute for you, for safety. We almost made it to another continent, so that's cool, too. Not sure it'll be stable without the fins, but worth a shot. I'm glad it's you saying that, Clock District, because you're the one who's going to be flying the thing. But yeah, I don't think we need fins. It's just going straight up, and we're a very long craft. I think it will dip down toward the west as it goes up. We've seen that every time, but nothing we can't counter once we switch over to the liquid fuel stage, and the amount of delta V we'll get back from dropping, the fins completely and taking weight off of the ablator. That should be enough delta V to get us around the planet. It'll be down to whether or not we can fly it well enough. And again, sadly, we're in water, which means no more special science to be had, unless I got you out and swam for the shore, or just recovering the vessel. If you pitch over like 10 degrees, you might be able to get some horizontal velocity right off the bat. The problem is we have no real control authority. I could swap the 4 fins for just 2 with control surfaces so that we could actually make, you know, a maneuver while we're rising on solid fuel. But let's see what the weight change looks like. 4 of these might be equivalent to 2 of those, you know, and then we're not getting the delta V back that we're going to need. So the mass right now is 15.1. Rip them all off, we're down to 14.9. Yeah, we're not saving that much. If I were to put the only 2, I've only got one kind of, sort it by mass, damn it. Yeah, I've only got one kind of fin that that has control surfaces. And that pushes us up to more than the weight was with the 4 fins. I think we take the loss of not being able to fly it particularly well in order to get the weight diminished, that the delta V that we'll get from weight reduction and the real delta V that we're going to get back maybe is right here when I think about it. We're looking at sea level there. No, not force percent. That's what I'm looking for. The ablator. Take you down to 40. I mean, to hell with it. Take you down to 20. Nah, we'll do 40. So, from sea level, it's 920 now, instead of being a little bit below 900, right? Is what we had before when we had everything on there with the fins and stuff. So we got a little bit back there, but the main thing is going to be, you know, on the liquid stage. 2505 now. I think before we were looking at 2400. It's at 2500. And we're up to 3500 meters per second in delta V if we're measuring from altitude. Yeah, I think this is going to get it there. It's just a matter of, you know, it's not going to topple. It's too long to topple. Yeah, I think we're good. And that means clock district gets to go up in this one. And to hell with it, I will even name this the Mark II. We've made enough changes to it to call it a Mark II. Not a Mark II-T. I don't know who pressed T. Alright, save it. I didn't do anything that should mess with the staging, right? Staging looks good. Put it out onto the pad with clock district in there. Yeah, launch it. I'm getting a little bit lightheaded. We could use another live stream break. That's why I'm acting a little bit stupid and goofy too. Yeah, I'm not going to make any maneuvers on it. I'm not going to try and do anything with it. We're just going to have SAS on. You know, so long as we're on the solid fuel, just going straight up. And so long as we can get through that fuel, then we can gently turn ourselves down and we should have the delta V we need to make orbit. Isn't that right, clock district? In 3, 2, 1, fire. And we're off. I'm not touching a thing over here. Oh, and I didn't readjust the TWR when we took the weight off, so we probably came up a little bit faster, like a 1.42. Looks good on the ascent. Into liquid fuel now. $50K on the apoapsis. I'm going to burn a little bit below the horizon, make this last a little bit longer. And we have hit 73 kilometers on our apoapsis. Engines are dead. Started to get a little hot up here, but nothing the air conditioning can't handle. At least it didn't explode in the minute we missed. Oh, you guys got comms blackout? Due to atmosphere? I like that, Jermasian. We've had a little bit of instability from Comcast today in the internet. So yeah, it was just a decent flight. We're up here with 141 meters per second in Delta V, and we're closer to 2,200 meters per second. We'll be down to 21 by the time we scrub all this off coming up to the apoapse. This one's got a chance, basically. Glad I didn't waste too much breath talking if you guys were didn't get to see the ascent. But we're definitely going to take a live stream break after this because I'm very, very much winded. 4 times Fizz Warp looking for space here. Need a way to tilt the booster stage without spinning out. That'd be nice, but it adds the weight back that we don't want. So, app at 72.5. I'm looking for 72.5 right there. Oh, we're friggin' there, pawn. Pay attention. So we are at our apoapse now. I'm gonna burn. In fact, I'm gonna do it slow, and we're out. Damn it. So close. We actually got the periapsis up. 22K on that one. I don't want you to accidentally get stuck up there. I'm sure you wouldn't. But I am going to go ahead and blow this off. In fact, I'll blow it off on our radial. Real close to orbit now. Just need a little bit more efficiency. Lighter upper stage engine could help. The Terrier is a good choice. Yeah, I suppose we've got the... Do we have? We don't have the science to buy into anything. I don't think. I think we've got 20-some science. All of the stages, all of the tiers now cost 45. So, That'll be what we look at after we get back from live stream break, though. Is how can we get just a little bit more out of this thing? Because I'd hate, with all of the runs that we've taken at it, to just throw, you know, a big, you know, another can of fuel on there. Let's find a way to make this craft work. EVA to orbit. That also would cost money to upgrade facilities, but... oh, jeez, what are you doing, Pawn? I was going to put us on our retrograde a little bit better. There we go. And SAS off. Let the wind pull us now. 3 launches attempting orbit, didn't quite make it on any of them, but it's because, you know, I'm trying to keep it close, keep it threadbare. I don't think we're going to be able to get any more science from those crew reports. What I'm hoping is that you make it on land this time, and you come down in a biome that we haven't already seen, and then we will be able to get a little bit more science, and maybe we will get the science that we could afford another type of engine. Although if we can come up with a way to do it where we don't have to swap engines, I would, you know, prefer that even. Because we've put so much into, you know, making this little simple ship actually get there. Okay, this is a stupid angle to leave the camera at there, buddy. Some sonic booms as we're coming down. I see land back there. That suggests to me that we're not coming down on land. I mean, it's good for your survivability and all, but it ain't good for this space program. We are coming down on land. I can see the difference. Sometimes you guys can see better on stream, you know, in the darkness, in the way that black is represented, than I can see on, you know, my monitor. But I can tell with radar altitude that we're coming down on land, and it looks like just like desert. It's very flat. Alright, we just might get the science in order to be able to afford another tier. Another something from R&D. Could try turning the booster stage very early on before drag gets high. Like tilt over just a touch at 30 meters per second and let it follow prograde. Ooh, we landed while I was reading. I think I have already like tried to hold you know, using the reaction wheels from a pretty early part in the flight. I think we've already tried that. I mean, that would be, yeah. I don't think I want to lift off another one just relying on my ability to fly it. I want to make an adjustment to the craft. Okay, time warp down, and don't EVA yet. Let's get your crew report from landed. We are in the grasslands. It's not desert. That's worth 7.2 science. Yeah, this could get us what we need. EVA. And the hell. Step down, walk over here. Let's see you in person. There, Clock District. Yeah, you look like a twink. Holy crap! Look at look at the moon. It's so red right now. It looks like, I don't know. It looked like a different planet. EVA report me. Kerbin's Grasslands. That's worth 10.1. I don't think a spacesuit was entirely necessary to get here, was it? And I don't. There's no signs that Kerbins have invented homes, industry, the automobile, and so I'm pretty sure they haven't invented the boat. And so yeah, this is the only way that Kerbals know how to get anywhere at this point. Spooky moon, yeah. We got 17 science between those two things. Is there anything else that you could do for us while you're here? Deploy your chute. And then jump. It did come out. I had no idea. I was just being silly. I've never tried doing that before. Alright, get back in. You can't do a surface, you can't collect a surface sample because we haven't bought into that kind of a thing yet. And I don't think I want to. I don't want to rush our playthrough. I'm enjoying a nice slow career. But yeah, that's all we could do here, recover the vessel. 17 more science. 17, 18 should be what we got off of that. Yep, 17.3, and look, we're one science away. Need one more science to be able to afford another two. That's fine because I didn't want to buy anything. I want to make some little minor tweak to our ship that will get it to orbit. We're so close, so close. But before we do that, I need a live stream break, catch my breath. Maybe Lady Pawn will make me something to eat. I think she's up now. Yeah. So we're going to take another live stream break. And if I do this, that should refresh our surveillance system, our Detroit surveillance system, and I can just have a look and see what's going on here. Peter Parker. Oh, I'm not supposed to say that. That was my leverage over him. Ah, damn it. Spider-Man is not coming to, my base right now. Doesn't look like there's any boats coming in at this point, or else they'd have the camera on it. And the train line is just not... Wait, is that... What's right there? It's too small on my screen to see. Hang on, I'll make it big on my screen and then I can see. Oh, it's just a big old lorry. That's all. Just a lorry. I thought it might have been the train was parked. this shot looks at a train crossing. That's why it's looking there. And then down here, what have we got? We've got the Ambassador Bridge crossing. Lots of traffic. Lots of lorries moving there. All right. Oh, and who the hell are you? And one of my viewers, has figured out which road it is in Detroit and come over just to be seen on camera, just to say, look, Mom, I was on the Ronan Pawn live stream. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing, sir. Next time, though, you should probably turn around and face the camera at some point. It's weird that the viewer didn't turn and wave to us, but some people are just shy. We're going to go take a live stream break now. We'll be after these messages. We'll be right back. In fact, does somebody want to spend some points right now on Feed Bezos? If you hit the Feed Bezos thing, that's what should happen, and nobody has done it since we enabled it. Does someone want to feed Bezos for me? Clock District says, okay, so I got that craft to orbit with plenty of DV to spare by putting...
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Thank you.
After these messages,
Okay, now everybody's doing... No. Oh, God, I've started something. You put 4 small fins on the SRB, going straight up until 50, pitching over to the east by 20. How did you pitch over to the east? Just using reaction wheels? All right. I mean, yeah. I don't even need the fins then. You said 4 small fins. Small fins don't have any control authority on them. If it's just a matter of flying it, wait a second. What did you... So pitching over to the east by 20 degrees. By 20 degrees, you couldn't have had that control authority if you were flying the same craft that I have. I have not... I have held down... I have held right. I have held control to the east. There's no way that you get in 20 degrees of turnover on that just flying it. You built it different, Clock Districts. That's what I'm saying. And the bot is probably dead from that thing. I got to go to a live stream break anyway. We'll be back in about 7 minutes and we will figure it out together. But I have trouble believing that you had that much control authority over the SRBs on that craft.
Force will be with you, always.
And I will be with you, not always, but about 7 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere, Pawn, not out. Well, all right. If the music's just going to stop, I guess we can come back. Oh, Jesus. The mice have smelled my cream cheese bagel. Welcome back to twitch.tv/RonanPawn live stream on twitch.tv/RonanPawn. Later upon, made me a little quick snack that I can have here while we're live streaming, and it's just a cream cheese bagel. Just a bagel with a little cream cheese on it. And I would have kept eating it off the live stream if the music would have kept playing, but the music stopped. So now I'm back, and I'm eating a cream cheese bagel. All right. Well, we've been trying to get our first orbit with a Kerbal out of this craft, and we've been going back and forth with our pilots, tweaking it, and I would really love to, because we've put so much effort into just trying it over and over and over again with this craft. I would love to get this, to orbit without just slapping more, fuel on there, without just whanging more delta V in its direction. Why didn't you go white? That's the reason. Now we're good. Let's launch. Yeah, so there's going to be a little bit of chewing, and I do apologize for that. But Clock District, who is one of our pilots, says that he remade the craft and got it to orbit. They remade the craft and got it to orbit. I'm trying to be better about my genders, aren't I, Noah? They got it about my pronouns. They got it to orbit just with 4 small fins and turning over at 50 meters per second, ostensibly just immediately. I just really felt like the second time that we launched this craft that I leaned on the I pulled to the east, not instantly, because then it'll just fall out of the sky, but I thought that I had just gotten onto it within the first 100 meters per second, and just held it the whole way up.
Yeah. Let's drink until our hearts stop.
Will do. I have the tea in my hand. Nerd God. And by the way, that's Space Ghost that you just heard there. Yeah, let's drink it till our hearts stop. Space Ghost speaking to Tom York of Radiohead. But everybody's telling me just turn earlier, so we can give that a try. We will give that a try. Nerd God said he put small fins, right? Basic fins is what I assume he meant by that, the smallest of the fins, and I presume you would put 4 on it. And so that'll keep the weight low, but it will give us some minor amount of stability on the SRD stage. Yeah, Space Ghost Coast to Coast. That was just an awesome show. That was amazing. And I can't remember the name of the voice actor, but he's just a really cool, interesting dude. My buddy Steve-O, I think, met him at a Comic-Con. Like a Chicago Comic-Con, probably. That's where they usually went. But yeah, he met the voice actor for Space Ghost. And he said that he's just like Space Ghost, honestly. He is just like Space Ghost is on that show, with just being kind of irreverently ridiculous. They were just having a conversation, and he just kind of blurted out something about, hey, you want to go get a meatball sandwich? Because he wanted to go get a meatball sandwich, so he just said to a perfect stranger, do you want to go do the thing that I'm going to do? Because I'm going to go do that thing. But in that way, in that Space Ghosty way. For Mario, Charles Martinet? What? Space Ghost, George Lowe. George Lowe, yes, that's the fella. I think. That sounds plausible anyway. We've put the fins on. I'll just try flying it the way y'all tell me to. This time Lo-Fi Loop is going up. Yeah, OG Adult Swim was great. You know, early C-Lab and stuff like that. I felt like it just kept getting more and more ludicrous. You know, it suffered from the thing that happens with creatives, which is when you do something that's really cool and people like it a lot, you don't know where to stop, and you also feel the pressure to try and reproduce the same results, and so you end up going kind of overboard with it, and kind of everything on Adult Swim went there, you know, went too far with it, in my opinion. Like, it got to the point where it was kind of like, okay, now you just, there's no, like, sense or logic behind this. Like, it was the stuff they were doing on early C-Lab and Aqua Teen Hunger Force and stuff like that. There was a premise behind it, and then it went, you know, kind of cockeyed and insane. But there was a premise underneath it. You could see how it was held together. And as time went on, you know, and they moved into the Tim and Eric era and stuff like that, it was just insanity for the sake of insanity. And I was not interested in that. You know, at that point, it's just flashing colors and sounds on screen. SAS on, throttle to full. You say turn down as soon as we hit 50 meters per second, which we're going to hit real friggin' fast here. What's our TWR? It's 1.43 because we've limited the, or we've reduced the weight, so we've gone from 1.4 to 1.43. And I'll just be, you know, I'll be going 20 degrees down the ball on this SRB stage, if that is possible. In 3, 2, 1, go. As we see 50 meters per second here, I will start holding D. And D. And we do have a small amount of authority there. I'm holding D still. You can see me holding it there. I'm going to go ahead and roll over, though. Lava Lamp says, I think turn sooner. I was told 50 meters per second would do it. And this is, you know, the fact that we have any rollover whatsoever, it ain't hurting us. You know, it was... And now, do I have the kind of stability that I need to turn down without losing it? Ooh, that's about as far down as I could pull it. Without going over. Oh, it almost went over on me.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, indeed, oh shit. But I'll tell you what we've done here, kids. We have managed to keep it 10 kilometers separation, which is what I'm always trying to do. We are at 27 when I'm at 19. In fact, I wanted at 10 kilometers, so I'm going to burn up a little bit more. Nope. Nope. Alright. I'm going to hold this now, because we're a little bit low to be flat. I'm going to hold right there and push that out ahead of us, and now I'm turning back down. I like that. 38. Yeah, I like to see the app-waps just rising at the same rate as our height, you know, that kind of a deal anyway. Yeah, we're overheating. We'll be fine. Or we won't. Oh, I blew the app-wap. I wasn't paying attention to the app-waps this
Oh
there.
no!
But we have 200 meters per second in Delta V remaining. I'm getting a little bit, you know, the bagel is helping. My brain will come back online soon. No, losing a lot of Delta V to drag? No, no, no. I don't think so. There's no air up here. There's some air up here. But yeah, I am feeling a little bit, and that's the kind of thing that happens when when I'm feeling this way, is that, like, I get lost easily. Whatever brain power I have gets focused on whatever it is I'm doing right now, and whatever it was that I was just doing a moment ago just kind of slips. And that's how I'm feeling a little bit right now, but the bagel is definitely bringing me back. I felt worse before we took the break. I felt worse before I started eating this bagel. No, Clock District, I don't need to see you flying. I hold the world record in speedrunning this game, so thank you for, you know, reminding me, you know, for pushing me into, actually trying to pull an SRB like this off of Axis. With suggestions, but I don't need to be taught Kerbal Space Program when I hold 3 world records in the game. What did our Apoaps even fall down to? 104. Yeah, we're coming up on it. So 104.9, and I'm sorry for the mouth chewing noises and stuff, but it's gonna happen. 104.9, get me up there, and then I'm gonna burn slow. And then we're gonna watch our periapsis come up. And we have orbit. We made it even with me just, like, forgetting to, you know, look at the apoapsis and blowing it up to 100 and something thousand. Loop may not be coming down if orbit is achieved. No, we were fine. We were absolutely fine. Just that little bit of turn down, allowing me to, you know, to fly more the way that I want to, which is a 10-kilometer difference between our height and the apoapsis as it's coming up. That was all that it needed. I just didn't have faith or believe that this could be stable enough on the SRB without any gimbling and with just the tiny reaction wheels that are in the top there, that we could keep it upright if I started to turn it that low. And obviously, you know, it wouldn't turn over at all if I didn't start it turning that low. But so, you know, I'll add that into my, you know, my relearning the game after a long time away, and that's probably going to cause us to explode a lot more often. Right? Like, now I'm going to be like, oh yeah, well, we'll just turn down, is all we need to do. Split! Yeah, it's a shame, Clock District, that your suggestion, you know, is finally what, like, got Lo-Fi Loop up here. It's a shame that your suggestion wasn't on your mission. Yeah, that would have been better, but I like it. It's the 2 pilots are actually cooperating. This is something that Jeb and Val never did. Jeb is so, like, self-centered, egocentric, and Val is just, like, she's a little timid. Not in her own personality, but in comparison to Jeb. You know, she's a little timid. So it's like they don't mix at all. If one of them was going to get to orbit, it would have been a race. It would have been a competition. You know, neither of them would have helped the other or said, hey, have you thought about maybe turning down the ball a little bit earlier on the SRB? I think it'll stay stable. The only way that we would have gotten that suggestion out of, you know, Jeb for Val is because he might have thought that it would have gotten her killed. Yeah, Clock District should have kept it in your pocket until next flight. We made it. And, you know, an orbit is not an orbit until it's an orbit. So, you know, go around. Have a good time. And now, I don't care about the money so much as it would be nice to get data from a biome we haven't been. And if I recall correctly, like, like, if the KSC's here, then Kafrika is right there. And that means, shouldn't this be desert? Isn't this like a whole bunch of desert down there? That's how I remember it. So I'm gonna aim for, you know, landing in the mountains of the desert over here so that we can get a little bit more science from the landing. Yeah. Man, this planet spins fast. 6-hour day. You kidding me? Get on our retrograde. And gently burn. I'm not actually pulling on the apoapsis, but we've got a lot of delta V here. I'm not pushing on the periapsis right now, I'm pushing on the apoapsis. We'll be fine. I'm pushing on both of them a little bit. We'll be fine. 57. 50. I'm just going to like a 35, and then I'm going to look at like what that looks like in terms of trying to get us down in that desert. Yeah, the desert launch site. I think you're going to have to come down a little bit faster than we would usually do. Because I want the desert. So 25. 5 pulls back to there. 25 is still a little bit close. I'm gonna do 20. 20-kilometer descent is what I'm putting you on there, and so that I don't ruin it and make it any, harder or stronger or anything than it already is, I'm dropping the stage that way. So now it's a 19.9. It's still more or less a 20. You could vibe with a 6-hour day, says Noah. Land on the desert runway. That would be some... I wonder if they... Do they have biomes for the other... I've never launched anything from the other sites, so that will be a first for us in this career playthrough when we get to a place where I'm allowed to access them. I presume through career play, we will eventually unlock the ability to launch from one of those. From both of those. From that one and the other one. What the hell it is. Woomerang. Alright, get out of space, please. There you go. Right, you're hitting atmosphere just above the impact site. the impact site that wiped out all life on Kerbin except right there. That place survived, and they have rebuilt just a space center. They didn't bother with society or, buildings, homes, just went with, let's get to space as quickly as possible. SAS off 4 times Fizz Warp, and our little teal Kerbal is on her way home at a speed higher than we usually bring into atmosphere from LKO, and with only 40 ablator. And we're hoping that before she finds an ocean, she gets pulled down onto South Camerica? I don't know. What's west of Cafrica? Okay, you're going to be going into the darkness here, and I see water. We left a little bit late, if that's the coastline that I think it is.
Hot in. So hot in Hera. So hot in. TS getting hot in here. So hot. So take off all your clothes. I am getting so hot. I wanna take my clothes off.
Okay. Tremazia, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. I do not know that song. I can understand their desire to GTFO. Such a meteorite could hit again. Wait a second. Oh yeah, okay. That is a good explanation, right? We're not worrying about rebuilding society. Also, if you think about it, if you were like a rocket, if you could if you were an engineer and you could do all this space shit, and like you had worked for NASA and the whole world got destroyed except for NASA, what would you do? You know, would you try and like rebuild society? Society sucked. Society was shit. Nobody liked society. Thank God they're gone. Let's do what we wanted to do in the first place. We'll play in the universe. They'll just remake fucking capitalism. They'll just, you know, they'll just reinvent greed. Fuck them. And we're down in the water where we can't get any additional science. Just verify that the crew report is worth nothing. We'll just verify that the EVA report is worth nothing, and then we'll come home. Oh, really? The desert launch site gives you the correct inclination to get to Minmus? Ah. I had no idea. Crew report from Kerbin's water, UV from Kerbin's water. We did bring back 1.5 science, and we do have enough to buy another tier now. Hooray! We were at 44 before, unable to get, you know, the next 45, but just running a mission. Apparently, at some point, it got up over. I don't know if I had already noticed that and had forgotten. I'm feeling better now. It doesn't mean that my brain was working any better in the past than it was. And we bring back some funds. And because we cleared that mission finally after running it 5 times, I think, 320 Kuros, more or less. And we have our first level 1 pilot, Lo-Fi Loop. Congratulations. You know.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
You now know how to go forward or backwards. Good work. Good work, pilot. You better give a little bit of credit when you make that speech, you know, to the press after our first successful orbit. You better give some credit where credit's due. You better point in Clock District's direction and say, you know, we traded a lot of information, went back and forth on what was going to work the best, and learned from each other. And you know, could have been me, could have been him. Them could have been them. Fuck with my goddamn what's in the gender. What I'm pulling. We need a celebration sound. Did I not think to put anything positive in our... I mean, we've got... That was 1 in a million, kid, or whatever. I could put some applause in there. I could put golf clap it. Here, I'll do it for you.
Great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million.
Yeah, you did that, and then why didn't when I did the thing, it didn't do nothing? There you go. I could have the big crowd noise, but I'd have to edit it a little bit because it's really long, you know. There is one really long noise that's in there. Well, it's not anything that you can trigger by the events necessarily. I mean, I guess there are some long ones if you spend like a whole bunch of points. Did I do that? I might not have done that. I might not have been able to do that because Twitch like was so bitchy about its copyright stuff. You know, it wouldn't even let me use 8 seconds of certain things, which is usually okay. You know, usually like, and nobody's gonna come after me. Nobody's gonna come after fucking Twitch either. And it's just like,
let's drink until our hearts stop.
Why do they gotta err on the side of, you know, restricting fair communication and art and expression? You know. That's not how I would go, you know. I would risk a few lawsuits to preserve freedom. That would be the freedom of art and communication, of the evolution of societies and of conversations that get had on your platform, but that's not what they're interested in. They want to make money. And money is made by having very boring, very just people who manipulate other people. People who manipulate children into hanging around at their live streams, who have no purpose in what they're doing whatsoever other than to make money by socially manipulating other human beings. That's what makes money, people. So, what's next on the agenda then? We've done the orbit thing, and now we have unlocked, and this is probes before crew. We're seeing the mod at work here, explore the moon and explore Minmus with crew. Now we already had explore it by probe, but now that we've done an orbit, we now have crew available as well. And these contracts do expire 4 days from now for each of them. So I kind of have to, I want to have to kind of take them. And when we do, we'll still have a couple of slots left. Okay, let's take them and hang on to them while we consider doing something else. I'm not doing this. It's a trajectory out of Kerbin. I don't want to do anything that goes solar until, until Probes Before Crew is suggesting, hey, maybe you should go solar. Because it's got good pacing and I don't want to throw its pacing off. But so, are there any missions here that might be interesting to us? For example, position a satellite in specific orbit of Kerbin. This would be at 8 million and 7 million with a 4.6 degree inclination. That's not far off of equatorial, if 0 means equatorial. That's not... Why do you always click the opposite? The R&D and tracking. I always click the wrong one first. Yeah, that's not far off of equatorial, which means that after we place this at this, slightly eccentric orbit, I can easily, put it nice and equatorial. I can match the apoapse and the periapse like I like to do. Make it circular, make it equatorial. I like that. That's not a bad mission. Is it going around the planet in the right direction? It's even going around the planet in the correct direction. We don't have to launch against the spin of Kerbin, like some of these dumbass contracts. I mean, I guess it should be in there. What I would say is that it's not any difficulty whatsoever to detect that you have randomly rolled a orbit of Kerbin that is significantly backwards. It's not going the correct direction. It's not going polar. It's definitely backwards. And then in the contract, position satellite in a reverse orbit of Kerbin. You put that on there, and I don't have any problem with it anymore. But the way that it is, it's like a landmine that you're gonna step on, right? You're gonna at some point be like, yeah, I like that satellite. It sounds reasonable, sounds plausible. I'm gonna go out and look at it. You're gonna look at it and not notice which direction it's going around. And you're gonna take it, and then you're gonna, go up and try and do it. Or maybe you'll notice it before you get up there. It's just, it might as well be intentionally trying to keep people from completing the mission. The probe that we make to go up, the relay, is going to need a thermometer on it. And that's it. That's beautiful. I love that. I should have looked at that first, too. Just this information in general really needs to be, if they manage to actually make a Kerbal Space program, too, I know they're trying, this really needs to be organized way better. You can't just have a text log like this. You need to sort the information into columns, into categories, use little color, UI work, so that every time that you see a mission, you can discern between the bullshit. This is really important that it be a new unmanned probe. Maybe we could just, make the word "new" bold so that you note that it needs to be new. This is important. Well, this actually isn't important, really, because you're going to go out and look at it. In fact, maybe we could put a little display in here, a little still image of what it would look like to have that around there. But like the information that is the stuff that if you weren't paying attention, you're going to trip over it. You're going to find out, oh God, I got to drag a Science Junior up. Like this stuff can be put in a little square that's up here. It's the important shit. Do some UI design, guys. Please. If you're going to make a KSP2, do some UI design so that, the contracts don't feel like somebody's trying to trick me into wasting my time. Simpsons fan says, I have very little hopes the team in charge of KSP2 has a history of abandoning games. Yeah, I mean, it would be fine by me if they don't make it, if they don't make KSP2. I didn't pay out of pocket for it, so I don't care. And I would be very happy if KSP2 was left in such a horrible state that everybody just came back to KSP1 and played right here and kept modding this and kept making this, you know, kept finding new ways to make this fun where it works, that'd be fine by me. And then let somebody else come up with another, you know, another thing that is spiritually inspired by Kerbal Space Program, but it's a completely different intellectual property, doing a completely new thing, somebody who's competent at graphic design, at UI design, who can just, you know, learn, can look at all the systems that KSP came up with to make this possible, and then tweak them, then make them actually, you know, work well. I wouldn't mind if it crashed and burned. But then again, I didn't put money into it already, and a lot of people have, so... 6 months with no new info about anything, and a CM throwing a tantrum on social media. Really? CM, you mean community manager? Is that what you're saying? There was somebody changed their diaper in public? They were at least good at that, at not doing that when it was Squad and Casper VLD was running our you know, was running our group. They were at least good at, like, holding their shit together, even as, like, members of the community were putting pressure on them like I was doing. You know, they didn't go crazy in the public. Anything else that we want to take? Probably not. These all look like, you know, stuff that we've already done and stuff that's crap. I'll take a look at the focused observational surveys, see if there's one really nearby that we could do with our little drone, because I certainly like our drone. You know, even just going a little bit over there, it would be a long haul in our little drone, I would bet, you know? I would imagine its top speed is probably 40 meters per second, and from there to there, it would take a couple minutes. It's definitely not encouraging that KSP2 seems to have, like, copy-pasted a lot of the, you know, code from KSP1 that we were, you know, hoping would go away so that we wouldn't get all the Kraken stuff, and it's also not, like, that great sign that it's following, like, all the steps that KSP1 went through. We're going to give you this, and then we're going to give you that, and we're going to give you the other thing, and I guess, like, you know, you've got a roadmap. It's already worked once before, except for worked took 11 years. When I say worked, it's in big fucking quotes. It took 11 years, and the player base was waiting and waiting and waiting for stuff that the player base actually made and integrated into the game before the developers ever got around to it. And then the developers came by and said, hey, mind if we steal all of your hard work and probably not pay you anything for it and just put it into the game? And a lot of people agreed to that, and that's how we got a lot of our systems in Kerbal Space Program. And it's just, there's a history of manipulation and shady shit in the development of KSP, as far as I'm concerned, when it came to how much the modding community did the work of development. When this is a major property, this is a known thing. Christ, didn't Conan O'Brien or somebody play fucking Kerbal Space Program on their show? Some weird shit like that? Like, this is a big property, and for them to be taking advantage of little people who are just helping out due to passion, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I didn't like it anyway. And I don't know, you know, what people got or didn't get, but I know what my experience was in the media group, and it was a lot of social manipulation that was inherent to the situation. It wasn't necessarily KSP was doing something special, but it's a lot of transactional tit-for-tat stuff where you're not, you know, the people on the other end weren't getting a fair shake of what they were getting, because they didn't realize it was tit for tat, but that's what it was. What are we doing? We were gonna make our first thing that flies we're gonna make our first satellite, our #1 first satellite, yo. And in fact, if we're making a satellite, get the hell out of here. I don't need to be over here. What I want.
Genetic power's the most awesome force the planet's ever seen. but you wield it like a kid who's found his dad's gun.
Genetic power. Jeez, I'm trying to figure out what that would be from. Genetic power. X-Men? Is like, where else would they be talking about, you know, gene manipulation or something like that? Aliens? Is there an alien movie? One of the alien movies? Jurassic Power. Oh, Jurassic Park. Yeah. That I should have been able to get that one. I'm trying to think of who did it, who said it. You know, was it Malcolm? Because he was certainly the one poo-pooing the whole idea, the chaos mathematician. It was Malcolm? It was Malcolm. A.K.A. The Fly, a.k.a. Jeff Goldblum. But his character in the movie was Malcolm something. If we're making a probe and we've got, 51.3, what we need, what we want, are fairings. Where's the fairings? Here they are. Here's the 1.25 meter fairing. We're not going to look at anything else because if we're sending relays up, if we're into that world, we need fairings. Sexy Goldblum, indeed. So throw you away. And let's make a relay. Now I've already made like the smallest little relay that I could imagine before. I don't want to end up doing exactly the same thing, but we might end up doing exactly the same thing. Because, what you're trying to do is what you're trying to do.
I'll tell you the problem with the scientific power that you're using here. It didn't require any discipline to attain it.
Yeah. And thank you for cheering while you're exposing us to all these really good lines from this, just sort of blockbuster summer action movie. When it was. And there's some really good lines in there, and there's some really good, self-awareness of the power that science has to make things better or to fuck everything up. For example, imagine, okay, stay with me here because this is going to be hard to imagine, but imagine that you were trying to sort of come up with ways to fight viruses, and so what you decided to do was genetically manipulate and experiment by creating viruses and making some of the worst shit that you could possibly imagine by constantly just refining the virus until it was really, really potent, really, so you did that. If you were to do that, and then it got out, and you called it COVID-19, imagine if science, in an attempt to solve problems, took such moral and ethical, fucked up, weird shit, that they actually made things, actually worse for all of us. Imagine if that were a thing. So, yeah, there's some good stuff in Jurassic Park. Where are we and what are we doing? Probodine Octa.
You stood on the shoulders of geniuses to accomplish something as fast as you could, and before you even knew what you had, you patented it and packaged it and slapped it on a plastic lunchbox.
That's a little bit too, it's just a little bit too real. A little bit too real. So, if we're making a relay, we should make it out of the octo. It's the best thing that we've got. It carries a little bit of its own electricity, or it carries 50 of its electricity instead of 10 where the Sputnik is, and it's got some reaction wheels, which means we don't necessarily have to do anything, with monoprop or something like that in order to give it authority out there. And we don't have to add the weight of an additional inline reaction wheel because it's got just enough for itself. So, what it wants to have is just a wee babby amount of fuel, and sadly we don't have any of the wee babby amounts of fuel yet. Which means, damn it, our first version is going to look weird. This is actually, I'm getting more excited because it means that this isn't a version that I've already made before. Oh shit. You don't have any wee babby, anything, including engines. No, shit. We really need to be buying something into something else if we're really... Okay, so here's my idea. Let's go over to Gene, Mission Control, and see if he's got any missions that are like, would you haul this into space? And what they want us to haul is actually something that we could use. No. Stack separator, no. Focused observationals, no. Thanks, Gene. Thanks for nothing. Alright, this is gonna be one weird-ass, comms relay. It's not even gonna be a comms relay, it's just a friggin' satellite. Oh, this sucks. This suddenly sucks. I didn't realize that we didn't have any of the parts that would make this, like, really viable. TTS, oh wow, this is no crap. I think the TTS kicks in at 100 bits. Yes. Oh geez, what have I done? I keep clicking on the wrong places. I wanted to come over to R&D to see what, you know, where the things are that I'm going. Oh God, we don't have that. We don't have that. So advanced rocketry would have gotten me the Terrier, which is still like a huge engine in comparison to what we'd be looking for from, you know, a comms relay or something. Airplane parts. Ooh, flight control.
Cheer 150 TTS Shugma balls. No pay, no Goldblum.
Cheer 150 TTS. I like that it started with that. Yeah, we would have gotten RCS out of flight control, and that could have been our engine. We would have gotten a really small fuel tank that has monoprop in it, and we would have gotten RCS. In basic science, we get that camera, we would have gotten that, and we would have gotten the high gain. We need like 90 more science for this mission to be like really useful to us, but it's just not going to be useful to us in that way. We haven't been to high orbit yet. This is going to take us to high orbit. We're going to get some science off of it, so we just need to think about this differently. I was thinking in terms of it's going to be a relay, it's going to help us with comms, but it's not going to be a relay, and it's not going to help us with comms. Let's just make sure that they're not asking for that kind of a thing. It just needs to have a thermometer. It's a satellite in a specific orbit. Just needs a thermometer. Needs to be at the place it is, needs to have a probe, antenna, generate power. It's just a satellite, not a relay. Would have been better if it was a relay, but that's just not what we're doing. Pawns, micro machine probes. Yeah, I'll be looking forward to when we can do that, but we're going to need a lot more science before that happens. So, this and that.
Relay these nuts.
And I just thought of another thing, which is, let's look at our strategies over here in the administration building and see if there's anything that, if I got rid of this, it only cost us 5,000 to start it up. We're not using it right now. Just to be able to see what we've got, I'm going to throw it out and see what's available to us. And I'm also going to put that over there for a second. So we've got these, which are about going to the moon, going to Minmus, but we've got science to boldly go. We want to get the most research done. We need to explore as many new biomes as we can. Government grants from exploration programs will ultimately help us fund further exploration and research. 15,000 plus funds when science is transmitted or recovered from a new biome. It's not really what I'm looking for. Massive scale launches. 40,000 funds when reaching orbit with a vessel with a mass of at least 20 tons. Well, our launch pad is limited to 18 right now, so it's not for today anyway. I was looking for Probe Frenzy. That's what I was looking for. We need to have at least 200 reputation. That's why we can't do Probe Frenzy. But this would give us the cost to launch crewed vessels is increased by 100%, but we get 4% extra science from probe transmissions for that. Okay. This to boldly go, like, I mean, why not? Costs 15 grand. 15 grand, I piss crip 15 grand. 15 grand is nothing to me. Do you think that high over Kerbin counts as a biome? I would think yes. I'm going to take this just for now. It doesn't cost that much to get into, and maybe it will pay for itself in the first thing that we do. Yeah. What the hell? Alright, now we can actually build the thing. Sorry for, starting to build and then being like, hey, what about this? Hey, what about that? Hey, what about the other thing? We'll start to build now. Hey, wait, no, I thought of something. So, we don't really have any of the sizes of things that we want. And we're probably going to need, yes, more SAS because this is going to be a very big satellite because of what we're dealing with here. It's going to have something like that on it, and I'm going to take it up with a fairing around it. And it's going to have a big old engine on it. I don't think this is going to be what I thought it was going to be. Yeah, because this is immediately like ridiculous to me. But it's what we've got, Pawn. It's what they're asking you to do. It's what they think you should do. And importantly, you can get like all of the science that you have right now. What's that? Hey, we got a magnetometer boom. Now that's some new shit. Hey, get the hell out of the way there. Because magnetometer boom, we're going to get a whole bunch of readings from you, which means we're going to need a lot more electricity for the transmissions. And we're going to want to be able to generate power for the transmissions as well. I think I'll do like 2 of these at an angle. And I do want them to look like they're touching. They're actually mounted in some way. That'll do. And then back to the science, actually. Because I'm going to want goo. There's only going to be one goo transmission. But if the goo isn't central, then that's problematic for, everything. So apparently I'm going to have 2 of these. Maybe there will be some other goo that we can transmit to. I don't know. I'm going to do that. And I'll raise you up just a little bit. I like the idea of you being a little bit tucked in there, though. Because of the modeling. It works. And that leaves me with the thermometer. Which, just want one of them. Thermometer there. Barometer there. And then we still got that antenna. And, yep. Just put it there. I don't mind you being a little bit off balance. I would have, I could do it in like 3 I could do, yeah, we could do it like this, Pawn. One there. One there. That's not exactly right, is it? 3-sided symmetry would be more like that. And I would put that there and that there. So if you had that there, it would be that, and then it's on the side, and then, yeah, F it. Put them like that. Now, yeah, it's very weird to just have a friggin' swivel on like that with 700 meters per second of delta V. It's kind of ridiculous. Triple antenna for signal. Could you do? Oh, shoot, you've got 2 of you. I'm just like, how far do I want to go with this? Let's not do that, though. Let's at least do this. But I do think that I don't want to, like, make it into, like, the whole lower stage just goes out there. I do want it to be a satellite. It's making me wonder whether or not, like, I could just build it to fly out there, do the mission, then deorbit itself. I don't mind leaving it out there. It's just silly because it's not a relay. Yeah. TWR is utterly ridiculous. And that's in vacuum, and that's where I want to know about your TWR. Well, it's silly to even play with that right now, Pawn. Okay. This is how we're doing a thing, apparently. And it's all going to go under a fairing. No. You want a big one. There you go. Sort by mass. It's all under a fairing, and then it's also... that decouples there, and then you're also going to be under a fairing. It's going to come slightly out and go up and over the whole thing, and... This is why, you know, this just all seems so ridiculous. I could put the fairing on up here, and then it just hides that little part, and then there's the, you know, weight of the fairing is da-da-da-da-da, but then this is carrying around the weight of a fairing without anything on it, which is 0.075 tons. 3/4 of... No, it's not even 0.1 ton when it doesn't have a fairing on it, apparently. Well then, yeah, I am going to do that. But it's all just kind of ludicrous. You know, everything about it is kind of ridiculous. But I will... No, sir. I will put the fairing on up here instead. And it will just carry that weight, which reduces its delta V, and blah, blah, blah. It's just, it makes me feel like I'm a little bit behind this time, or maybe I just should have have spent more time doing other missions first or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I think... Yeah, no, I'm going to build the fairing like that, and then we're going to move the antenna, because that's sexy. Oh, I have to move the antenna first. Okay. The antenna's somewhere down there. I don't even care yet. Why no friggin' background music, Kerbal? Just realized we're sitting here in complete silence. This game is finished, by the way. They're working on the sequel. He keeps saying that. Oops. I want these two, just for slightly better balancing, I want these two like that then, and I'll have the... Well, now you're in my way. I'll have this over here. Just slightly better, you know, weight distribution across the craft. Yeah. We gotta get some music in here, though. This is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, go on. No, don't save it. Oh, goodbye, Noah. It was probably a while ago that I missed him. I missed them, and they're gone. I'll get it eventually. Get my pronouns straight. There you go. The playing of the music. Dumb game. Yeah. So that's our... You know, that's something anyway. We will continue. So what do we get if I just immediately, again sort by mass, if I just immediately throw this thumper back on like we did last time? What are we looking at in terms of DV? Sea level, this thing's going to have a lot more, almost 1,500, so 1,400 meters per second of DV on that. It'd push us a lot higher, and it would get us a lot faster. We'd be a lot more out of control. Problem with that is then, like... it augurs for me to make this thing into its own transfer stage and everything, you know, that there is no satellite to it, because otherwise we're building the same stage, you know, several times. This is just such a weird craft to be making before we have relays, before we have small engines and stuff like that. So now you're up to, if it was like an altitude thing, and I would expect you to get a fair bit higher, but let's just do it from there. You've got 2,000 meters per second, and from sea level you've got 1,200, and that would get us, you know, to space, or almost to space. But we need to go up to high, or we're going to be millions up there, which doesn't take much, but it does take some, especially when you have to blow it out circular like we're going to have to. So, we're now down to 1,100 delta V on the solid fuel, and then 2,600, and that's all rounded up. So 3,700, except for it's more like 3,600, and that gets us to orbit, but not high enough. And then I put more on here. It's just, it bothers the hell out of me, this mission. To make something, to make, like, this is going to be a satellite, all of this. All of that is a satellite. It's just going to be up there. It makes me think that we're going to deorbit it. I can't, if I'm going up like that, I can't leave that up there. It's too ugly, it's too ridiculous. And if we're going to deorbit it, could we bring it back down? In one piece, could we bring all this stuff back down? It's a weird and wacky mission, everybody. Switch you to there, turn the ablator down to 40, because we'll be coming down from a higher height. Space exit. Make it all recoverable. So actually try and, like, re-land this stage. Like, fly it up there, go to the place, you know, circle, and then bring it back. I don't think I want to do that. I think that takes way too much delta V to make that happen. Well, but no, that's not what you're saying. You're saying, you know, fly it back, bring the whole thing down, and then with parachutes, recover the whole... Nah. Maybe that's not what you're saying either. But what I'm saying is, nah. I think just bringing this back and dropping it in makes it into a mission that feels a little bit more not insane to me. However, we are going to have a slight issue. Ooh, no we're not. This is perfect. This is what it should have been from the beginning. Delete that fare and get that shit out of my way. We're going to save weight right here, right now. I'm going to put this here. This weighs 0.05 tons. No, whatever it weighs that amount. I'll tell you. It weighs... Yeah, it's 0.05 tons. I was right. You know what this weighs? 0.05 tons. So I'm going to use an absolute snap. Boy, they look like they went to two entirely different snaps, don't they? But they got to be right, because it's an absolute. If I were to take this, let me just put you on this. I know that it's going to do that. And then I absolute snap you. You go to there. It's just so weird that you put this on. Instead of popping out more, it pops in more. But whatever. Those should now, you know, counterbalance one another's weight pretty damn well. And if there's any, you know, problem, it'll be minor. If it's pulled off center, here's our center of mass. It does look like it's pulled to the left. That looks way more central to do that. Yeah, that's the move there. See, it's just these are the things that I would have expected them to, like, you balance out your systems, right? You balance them out in such a way where it's like the most intuitive way that things should work, or that people assume that's how that's worked, that's how you gotta make it, you know? You make it so that it's just immediately like, ah, yeah, when you're building something, you're like, ooh, I wonder if I can do that. Can I do that? Yes, you can, because we thought about it. We knew you were gonna say, ooh, can I do that? And our answer to you is, yes, sir, you can. I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it. Editor fairing. No, we can't, obviously. But I do like that. This is like flat tip pancake fairing, yeah. You know, we've flown this one before, and it may have slammed into the ground a couple of times, but we banged it mostly out. Banged most of the dents out of the fender. Yeah, so that's how you do that, and that gets us a parachute on there, and then when we come back, we're do, and yeah. But now we're planning this mission. That's what this mission has turned into. We are now planning it for go to the 8 million meter height that they want us to circularize the planet. Put that satellite up there for the 10 seconds that they want it up there, and then say, all right, we fulfilled our contract. We're going home. Drop our periapsis down from 8 million. And then throw everything into the wind. It's the plan. So that's going to take a lot of Delta V that we don't have on here yet. Come on. What does that get me to? In vacuum. You've done the staging foolishly. So yes, that is that. So you break that off, and then that would... Why is it not telling me one of the two things here, you know? Note that I don't have any Delta V down here. But then I do have Delta V readings here. And then when I put this up here... Okay, no, we got it. Alright, I see. How did it get me so confused on that? What state was it in the first place where I was... Okay. My brain went sideways, I guess. Sea level. TWR is 1.65, so we're approaching the level where it's not going to, you know, like, this is probably as much... We can get a little bit more fuel on there before this would need to be a bigger thing. But this is the main thing. 3,167 meters per second in Delta V, and then you give me 800. We're operating under a part and a weight limit right now as well. So what's our weight? 16 of 18 tons is what we've got going right now. Now with the KSPD... No, what am I doing? Yeah, my brain's slipping a little bit. So again, we're at sea level, we're down to 830, we'll call that 800 meters per second, plus 3,300. So we're out to like 4,000 meters per second total in the craft. Class just ended. Did anything catastrophic happen while I was gone? Not that I remember. But maybe somebody in chat could. 4,000 meters per second in order to climb all the way out to 8 million. This makes me want to look at our Delta V map. Just to do some comparisons here. So, if we were going out to the moon, it's 860. The moon is, I think, at around 11 million meters. And we're going to 8 million meters. So it's like we're going to the moon. Except once we get to the moon, we probably need, or once we get out to 8 million meters, we probably need the same 310 to blow it out on the other side. We'll be going very slow at our apoapsis. We can make a lot of, push from the low point in Kerbin's gravity that we're in. It's kind of two factors that weigh against one another. I could see us needing, from LKO, another, 1,500, honestly, for what we need to do, going up, circularizing, and then blowing ourselves down. That's my thought. And so, if we pin LKO at 3,400, 1,500 on that is 4,800 is what we want, and we need to be throwing more of our weight away as we go. meters per second minimum from LKO for lunar orbit and return. Yeah, and we're not doing an actual, we're not going to the moon, we're just going up to 8 million, circularizing, Kerbin, blowing it out on the other side, and then we would like to be able to come home. So I'm guessing at what kind of delta V we would need for that, but what we want to be doing is just throwing away weight. More boosters, says Kronos. The problem is that that we're on the 18-ton pad right now, and I'd like to stay on the 18-ton pad if we can. But I think that's where I'm going to experiment anyways. I'm going to rip off a fair whack of the liquid fuel delta V that we've got. And that gets us some weight back to play with. Now we're down to 13.78. And then these things, well, alright, 2 of these is going to be about 7 tons, right? So, let me go ahead and put we haven't even bought into radial decouplers. We could do this with, actually liquid fuel is lighter, and I think liquid fuel is lighter anyway, or you get more delta V out of it, so it's lighter. And we could do this with liquid fuel asparagus staged kind of thing. I can... You can't enable fuel pass-throughs through those. Do we have fuel ducting? We don't have shit yet. So that's not really an option. No. Alright, let's play with the SRBs like we were gonna do. Which starts with radial decouplers. Put 2 of them on. There's gonna be at least 2 of whatever we put on here. And give me the hammers. And reduce our weight. Wow. Wow. There you go. We can launch that one. I'm just curious to see what the Sorbets are big heavy birds, yeah. I'm just curious to see what kind of delta V we could get off of, a simple stage like that. So it would be actually these 2. We're firing those 2 first, is what you say. No, okay. We certainly don't need to fire them all at once, I would think. Give me a different stage for the center bit, and then see what the TWR would be. 2.29 to fire the both of those, so we could thrust limit them.
Approval for a test launch.
You want to just throw it? Let's just go. Just fuck it. Just stop now, point, go. At 640 meters per second, so let's just say it's 600. 600 and 1,500. 600 from there, let's say that gets us up to 4 kilometers or something like that. So 600 plus 1650, so 2250? So 2250, 2300 kind of a thing. And then, the liquid fuel can't even make orbit from there on this ridiculous things going on up there. So the solid fuel is not our friend. What we could do is go the other direction and make like an all liquidy thing, where we're throwing something away though. So my concept would be,
If it fails, it will be like it never happened. No one saw anything. Right, everyone?
right, everyone? Right? Right? At sea level, the thrust of the Reliant is 205. The thrust of the Swivel at sea level is 167. So that would be my thought, is make 2 different liquid stages. I should be like really happy that we can have played Kerbal Space Program this many times and I'm still able to find a way to be like, ooh, I wonder if this will work. So, what's our weight? 8.5, that's half of all of our weight right there. Let's throw this away. $10.2. See from sea level, TWR is still holding out. $1,222 meters per second is reasonable to get us up out of the crappiest of the lowest atmosphere. Probably be better with one more down here. 1440. If we could get to like into the 20 Ks before the swivel kicks in, then its ISP would be, its thrust would be as almost as good as it is in space. Very close anyway. So 1440 down here. And 2,154 up there, well that's sea level stuff. No, that's from altitude. Sea level, we're talking 1,300, and then altitude, 1,321.50. So 3,450 is what you've got right there. Okay. And how much weight do we have left to play with? A bunch of weight left to play with. I'm gonna put one more down here. And one there. And another one up here. 15.8, that's right on the verge of our 16-ton. It's an 18-ton limit, of our 18-ton limit. What's the TWR gonna look like on this thing now that we're pushing so much weight? Okay, well that pushes us over. $16.3. That's crazy to me. Do that again. Oh, it's the height. It's not the weight. It's the height that's the problem there. Well, not a lot I can do about that for you. We've made a craft too tall. Long boy, yeah. Well, let me look at the numbers, because I'm not actually looking at the numbers. At the height that we can do, from sea level, looking at 1,300, which is a reasonable push. TWR is a little bit low, but I would live with it if, once we got to altitude, which is going to be way higher now, we're hoping that it would be something like up there, we've got 3,000. So, 1,300 and 3,000, 32, well, this is 3,200. Let's say it was 13 and 31. We're talking about 14, 3,000, and it's 5,400. That gets it done. I think that gets it done. Go wide, Sister Mason. I wouldn't have a way of getting the fuel in, I don't think. Like, we looked at that before with the... because you can't transfer fuel through the radial, and I don't have fuel ducting. So if we were going to stay with all liquid, then I wouldn't be able to do that thing. Liquid strap-ons? Who doesn't like a strap-on? And that would add more weight from, you know, multiple engines, which means we're losing TWR. Or no, we get the TWR, we're losing Delta V. But this is plausible right here if it could be flown. If it could be flown. We've got an extra, you know, SAS unit up here, which is only going to give us 5 because it's a small inline reaction wheel, so the reaction wheels aren't going to help us that much. We would need control surface down here, at least on, you know, that angle. At least on that angle we would need them. And then if we do what I was doing, you know, last time, for stabilization of that lower, that lower stage. Keep us on the line. That pulls us down to below 1,300. It's still, I feel like we're over 5,000, 5,200-ish, something like that. I think that gets it done. Yeah, I'm very happy with that amount of Delta V. The more that I think about it, the happier I am. Problem is, after that 1280, we're going to need some stability on this guy as well, and I'm thinking putting some tiny basic fins on him. And I'm happy to have that just be like 3 even. Nah, if you're gonna put them on, make it 4, and we're over parts count. Damn it. Oh, wow. We already have all the parts we can have without any fins up here. Well. Well. Imagine I did this. 'Cause I'm crazy. We're only turning in one direction. Right? Right? We'd have a little bit of stability in the let's launch this one. You know? Do I have a bigger tank? I do not. That is the largest fuel tank that we've got. The next thing, the other things are just liquid fuel, LF, no O. Let's launch this one, because what does it hurt? It's a probe up there. It would, you know, if everything goes wrong, we'll lose 14 grand, maybe even 13 grand with the parts that I can destage and come back. So, 008, the wishful thinking. Mark 1. I'm going to put the Mark 1 on there already. I anticipate a Mark 2. Let's do some staging on it. So we'll be firing the SRB, and then we'll be dropping the SRB as we kick onto the liquid fuel stage. Those are empty. They should have automatically... and then we could be dropping the fairing. Yeah, we'll be dropping the fairing. And then, hello, there's supposed to be a way for me to send this home, which means we're over parts count again. Son of a biscuit, Mother Teresa.
Failure is an option.
It absolutely is. Yes, we are willing to fail, happy to fail, honestly. So now we're over parts count by 1. What if I did this? Huh? Now hear me out, everybody. I got an idea. I mean, there's no other part to be sacrificed here. We've only got one of every piece of science that we're bringing. There's nothing extra except for, like, the battery. But we need the battery for the ability to transmit. You know what we don't have on here, Pawn? What? You lost electric generation at some point, too. You need electric generation, son of a biscuit. Well, we do have one part back by removing the fins that are probably going to be necessary for controlling it. I had electric generation on here at some point. I don't know what happened to it. But this actually works out good because it counterbalances the, this guy. Counterbalances him.
It would be baby shark, doo 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 baby shark, doo 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 baby shark, doo 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 baby shark.
Doo doo baby shark? It's somebody talking about Jaws. Let's see. It sounds very Kevin Smith in origin. Honestly, that's you know, he's first off, he's a big Jaws kind of guy. Oh geez, I can remake the fairing too, huh? A little bit. No, you made the cone pointy like that because of you had to come out and then get past that and then go back around. It could be a little bit better, but balls to it. Alright, those are all the parts that we're allowed to have, people. This is gonna work. This is gonna work as much as anything is gonna work. The 30 parts count limitation with 18-ton launch pad limitation and 30 parts count limitation. Yeah. Baby shark, doo doo, doo doo, doo doo, baby shark, doo doo. That's why there's other life in the water to clean up shark doo-doos. That's funny. That's actually a pretty good pun. That's a pretty good pun. I mean, out of nowhere, out of your pocket like that. I mean, if you would have had time to think about it, then I'm angry. But oh damn it, we're launching at night. We don't have to. Yes, we do. It's a probe. It's draining resources all the time. There's a and then you, Probodyne Octo, Hibernate, and Warp. Alright, this is going to be fine. This is going to go great. We love that we're launching at night. Yeah, all of the things. In fact, all of the things. Which side do you think, if chat is on that side now, should chat be on this side now? Hmm? Which side should we... SAS on, throttle to full. What could go wrong? Indeed, what could go wrong? In 3, 2, 1. Wait a second. This should be in here. In 3, 2, 1, go. Okay.
Cheer 1003, 2, 1, fire.
I'll reset for the 1000-bit cheer and launch it on time with what you're saying. Thank you so much, Jermacian, for the second 1000-bit cheer in this stream. You distracted me though with your kind generosity and things. So now we're doing this. This is what we're doing. Oh, is it this that we're doing? We're doing this. I didn't turn down. I did not turn down, and I have no authority on a couple of different angles. Yep, those are those angles that I don't have authority on. I have to rotate the craft and then pull. This is fine. This is fine. There's a little bit of an inclination to the place that we're going, and so I did this intentionally or something. What are you doing, Point? You've turned way the hell down the ball. I wasn't looking at any of our numbers. Any of them. I wasn't looking at. I was just assuming that we had the kind of speed that we had before. Yes, Jermacian, you did some excellent work in distracting me. I like how this flies. I think I'm going to relaunch it. I think we're going to relaunch it. We're going to revert to the launch. I think this can make it. This could actually do the mission and there is no Mark II. If I just pay attention to it when we fly. Yeah, it flies so well. If I just pay a little bit of attention to it, start turning it down a little bit, watch the actual heights as we're going up, little things that pilots would do. Thank you again so much, Tremacian. In 3, 2, 1, go. The dolphin. Except for it has no dorsal. That's the only thing that it doesn't have is a dorsal fin. And I suppose an ansal fin, but that's beside the point. That would be a penis on a dolphin. And I hear they're very sexual. What are you doing? Like, tilt down a little bit, huh? We found out, at least before, they just haven't that much. Just that much on the liftoff. Ain't bad. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Uh-huh. Sure. Yepers. Just a little bit of jiggle. Little bit of jiggle. Jiggle in my pants. You think NASA's ever had this problem? 8 kilometers on the Apoapsis there. 10 kilometers. Listen to how the sound of the engine changes because we're into less dense atmosphere. That's why that changed right there. Or maybe it's because of the speed and we're pushing the sound behind us. I'm guessing, you know, it's a mod that I've only had for a little while. Okay, we're about to switch over to the other fuel stage. Ready? And go. And beautiful. We're on our way. Yep. Just holding it, just nailing all of this. There you go. On our way. We're almost to the destination of the satellite, everybody. It's working out great. You know what else I could do for the sake of the stream? Is ambient light boost. I don't want to be too cheaty about it. Oh, Jesus. You know. Just trying to find a place where even at night we're able to see a thing. But we're also not. When I go to land something in the darkness, I shouldn't be able to see where I'm going, is the idea. Oh, and yeah, it still wants to, there you go, yeah. Lots of control authority, by which I mean not a lot of control authority, if I'm honest. Not a lot of speed, either, in this vessel so far. What's our TWR right now? 1.2. Yeah. Yeah. That's probably why we're so incredibly low in the atmosphere. Does it have a blow pole? Style points for the flip. Yeah. If we can make orbit with it. Just going a little. We're picking up speed now. We're a little low in the atmosphere, but we're picking up speed. I think this is one that you could learn to fly. You know. I want to make I want to make more height than we made probably on the first stage. Maybe the first stage does just go straight up. I don't know. No, it should have some turn to it. $40 kilometers at 36. And we're, you know, going to be making some real speed here quickly. You know what else we're probably going to need for this mission? Is the friggin' tracking station. I might have to buy into the tracking station for this. 51 at 41, I'm going to bank down. Go ahead and burn just on prograde. And we're almost to space. We are to space. I'll burn to 72. And we've got over 1,000 meters per second of delta V remaining. So, say what you will about this ascent. I get the feeling we could, like, throw an entire fuel container off the top here and just fly it up here better and probably still have the same amount of delta V. Let's get us out to space, and then I'll drop this fairing, which I need to restage. I restaged it last time, but I didn't restage it this time. Fairing, away. There we go. We got a lot of delta V back from that.
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
I'm gonna blow it. I'm gonna blow. I was thinking of you too, Jermacian, when I put this, when I put Han back in there, because you were the one who always, I feel like it was you who used that more often than anybody else. 72.3 is when we need to go, and what are we at? 72.1, 72.2, go ahead and start burning. This is actually a pretty good spot to be burning. Watching the periapsis down here. And we're at 71 and 81. We have an orbit of Kerbin, ladies and gentlemen. And what we have remaining in the tanks is 860 meters per second. I feel pretty good that about the fact that that isn't going to get us where we need to go. I mean, it'll get us there. But will it get us there? Yeah. It'll get our app-waps up, but it won't get us circular. Is what that is. Right? Not to mention we need to make adjustments to our inclination, which I could have tried to burn into, but I genuinely didn't think that this was going to be the mission, and now I'm pretty sure we know that it won't be. Flip her over, blow it out. Yes, no nodes yet. I don't have patched conics. I haven't bought into that at all, but I think I will for this mission. Not that we need it. It's not that difficult to do this, kind of a simple maneuver. Just put us into a certain height, and then, go to the ascending node and burn into the inclination. But yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and do this burn to show what we get out of 800. And we're going to 8 million, and our app-waps is 7.8. What kind of 8 million are we talking about? 8.4?
If it fails, it will be like it never happened. No one saw anything.
There you go. Our app-waps is where it would, be, where it's supposed to be. We have 23 meters per second left to blow our periapse up to the same height. Yeah, just for the sake of it. Diet Coke. Ooh, we're out of comms range, too. Oh, wait, no, we were almost out of comms range. All I would have needed to do is deploy the antenna, but now we're fully out of comms range, so I can't even do that. Which means we would have to go around until we're back into comms range. Oh, I'm orbiting the planet several times. Okay, I was just doing that to, to show what we would have gotten. So we could just fly it again. Oh, the battery died entirely? No, I think it was the antenna. Did you see that the battery was dead? Well, it would have died, I suppose, after I accidentally time warped us around the planet several times. But we had we have a solar panel on. The reason we lost comms was we were out of range and I didn't put my antenna up. Yeah, 8 million with an 18-ton limitation and then, like, this incredibly short fuel tank. This is, Battery died during time warp. Okay. We'd have to buy into something. I don't think there's any way that I can get, through this. And the thing is, we're pushing up against 30 parts count limitation. We're pushing up against weight limitation. We're pushing up against height limitation. So, like, we would need the VAB and the launch pad. In order to build something out of these parts that's going to get us where we're going. When we actually fly the mission, if the fuel's low, just get some high space science and come home. Yeah, that's a good... Yeah, we could do that. Like I said, don't need tracking to do this mission. It's not that complicated. Once we're up there. Can't afford the VAB. Could afford the launch pad. We could get rid of the weight limitation, but then we're pushing up against the height limitation? No, the launch pad is the height limitation? Yes, it is. Okay, so we'd only be pushing up against the parts count limitation, which we're not going to get past unless we were able to buy into this tier where I get the, slightly higher fuel tank, which we cannot buy. With the science that we have right now. So, my thought would be buy the launch pad, because we can. Don't worry about the 30 parts count limitation, and then we have to re-enable the mission, or the strategy that gives us extra science, which will cost us another 5,000. We'll have thrown away 15,000 by switching it out, because I was playing around in there. And then we do another biome here at the Space Center. Get us up to that 45. And then we buy the larger fuel tanks, and then we can do this mission. How far from the Terrier engine are you? Oh, that's right, there's the Terrier as well. Oh, we get the Terrier if we buy that thing. Yeah, if we buy the one that we were going to buy for the sake of the fuel, we'll get the Terrier engine. That's everything. Everything is buying this tier, right? We're going to get the Terrier engine, and we're going to get the larger fuel tank. So this will get us below the parts count, and this will get us an engine that is far more efficient in vacuum, and that makes a little bit more sense for a satellite, although it's still a really big thing. So everything comes back to, we just need more science, and the easiest place to get that science is right here at home. Take me to the next day. I'll try and catch it in the morning, though. Yeah, there we go. Just as the sun starts to rise. So I'm going to go into the administration's building and say, yeah, that was a good 15,000 we threw on the fire. Bye-bye. And I'm going to buy into Local Science 1, which gets us a 20% bonus to any science collected around the KSC. And we need to push up from 6 science to 45, which might be more than just one biome there. But we've got the vessel to do it, and she's been treating us well, she's been serving us well. It's the unlicensed streamer Mark II. No changes to make.
Many. You are but one.
Ground control? Did ground control just follow me? That's going to be very helpful. When I go to count down, now we've got ground control. Hello, welcome. Could do a 250-kilometer suborbital hop for science? Yeah, I could just throw that thing up there and bring back, maybe that's another thing that we could do. Should I save the KSC science and try and do that? Like, just go to high orbit with the ship that we just made, and throw it back at the planet. We can recollect it as opposed to having to transmit, because it's built for that. And in that way, I preserve... Clock District. I wish I would have read that before we did it, because we've just thrown away 15,000 and 5,000. So we just thrown, now what I would be doing is throwing another 5,000 away and buying back into the thing I just threw away for 15,000, because we would be getting a new biome. Except for that biome would just pay for the fact that we had the 15,000 in the first place. Terrestrial science is fairly petty and completionist, all valid. What do you want to do? I mean, it's very fun to fly this thing around. I would like to preserve our KSC science, since you asked, ground control. I would like to preserve our KSC science until we can afford a higher tier in Strategia's thing. where we're getting even more science. I want to save this stuff. So far, we've only done the runway, we've done the spaceplane hangar building, and the spaceplane hangar, and I think we did... we did on the ground at the astronaut complex. So there's still the R&D, the crawlerway, the VAB, there's a whole bunch of stuff like that, and I would like to save it. So I guess that means we're throwing more money at the wall. Really cool little helicopter, yes. I would also prefer not to have to fly it again until we have action groups, because it's a bit of a nuisance firing this thing up, you know? The torque limit, and then you get the thing
Send
spinning.
a probe to Minmus to transmit some science.
Just fire a probe up to Minmus. I don't want to rush it like, you know, like my speed runs or like I just have in the past on a YouTube series and stuff like that. I want to suckle every drop from this. It's very fun to fly this little thing. Whoa. There we go. The locked cam. I mean, more juice. But yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do, because it's a really good idea. Clock district. It's a really good idea to just, you know, use this ship that we just built that won't accomplish the mission to go up to some, to high over Kerbin, send back all of the science that we can from that, and not send it back, bring it back, deorbit it. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Island runway science, that too, huh? Yeah, alright, let's go. We'll be there in a half an hour. How long do you think it would take to get to the island runway with this guy? If I, like, fired him up to full speed, and we were just headed toward the island runway? Like, it's still, like, full speed has gotta top out at... Like, if I cranked every... Let's find out, because I didn't really plan for this to be a for-real thing, but let's see, like, if I really crank the deploy angle... I don't know if there's a place where the deploy angle starts to, you know, negate and be of less use on these helicopter blades. Like, am I making less speed now because I'm at 11 and I do better at 8 or something? I know that's the case with the prop planes and stuff. Top speed while trying to fly like flat. It's 30. It's always going to be 30 meters per second. That's as fast as we can go, and this thing is 30. It's robotics, so don't time warp. What? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, let's do it that way. Let's do it the way that we're talking about. So back to the spaceplane hangar, because this never happened. I don't remember that ever occurring. Which means I'm not getting any of the KSC science, which means I'm going right back in here and throwing this away. Goodbye, $5,000. And we're buying back into... What was it again? To boldly go? Yeah. Doesn't increase our science, but it's going to pay for itself, and then if we keep that enabled, hey, it paid for itself, right? Yeah. Do that. And then we can keep it enabled for a little bit. Although I don't know that we'll keep it enabled. We might just be throwing money away after throwing money away, because after this, like, the next science is going to be, like, at Minmus, or at the moon. And if that's where the science is, then I want to, you know, I'll want to change the strategy over to the exclusive Minmus missions and the exclusive moon strategies. So, might just be throwing a lot of money away here. But we can just launch the craft that we've already got. We know that it flies really well. The wishful thinking, Mark 1. And it was wishful thinking. And it is wishful thinking. You just gotta put it up there, like we did before, fly it to a high enough height, take all the science, and then throw our little probe back down at the planet. SAS on, throttle to full. Oh, I love a morning launch. I love a morning launch. Look at that glow. We'll wait until the sun pops just above the horizon, then I'll hit the space bar. Okay? Just wait. It's almost here. Here it comes. And oh, damn it. I accidentally hit the space bar. Shoot. I'm sorry, guys. That's my bad. Ah, damn. Probe mission with only stay put mech available would be challenging. Yeah. Okay. Just a little bank down. Well, okay. Yep, just a little bank down to the right. I got a third of it. There we go. Right there. No, there. Okay, now it's gonna jiggle, as any good spacecraft will. It's been our experience with it. A little bit of jiggle. Yeah. Yeah. And now it's starting to twist too. You see the ball kind of little jiggle and twist. But that's to design. Those are specs. That's tensile strength. There's flexibility. You know, it's designed so that once it's in space, the temperature change will cause it to something with it, and then it'll be firmer. The joints. Does anybody believe in this? We're almost out of liquid fuel in this lifter stage. And okay. Can we not flip this time? Oh my god. We're not flipping this time, everyone. I'm being very careful about staying on prograde. What's our apoaps like? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I took my eyes off of prograde for a second. Okay, I gotta hold us here at 45, I think. I mean, I don't. We've got all kinds of delta V, but just like, if I were flying this right, I would hold us here at 45 for a minute. We're way more equatorial this time, too. Still a little off, but who isn't a little off, really? When you get down to it, you know, whose parents didn't screw them up? What? Is that what we were talking about? No. Yes. Yeah, what? Apoapsis at 40. Well, we are at 33 kilometers. That was the sonic boom. So I think somewhere in here they're playing Street Fighter, and Guile just did a flip kick. That's not what the sonic boom was. Sonic boom! I'm gonna bank down hard. Get on prograde here. Apoaps at 56 while we're at 44. We've kind of lost it. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and get just lateral, just flat with Kerbal, and just keep this burn going. It's a real slow burn because we're carrying so much weight in liquid fuel. Our TWR was pathetic-ish. But what we're doing is generating a whole bunch of speed in one good long burn, and hopefully we can keep it. You know? In fact, I'm going to burn a little bit below the horizon, because this is coming up really nicely. It's coming up, dun, dun, it's coming up, we're coming, she's coming up, they're coming up, it's coming. 63.5, 64 kilometers on the Apoapsis. 66, 67 on the Apoaps, 68. And 72, 73 is about where I shut down engines. This is beautiful. There's a beautiful little wraparound where most of the speed that we made is speed that we're going to keep. Not that it matters for this mission, really. And we don't even need to make orbit here. you know, or circularize. We just needed to go to high orbit. But it's been it's so good. Let's take it to a circularization before we go to high orbit. So get me out of atmosphere, and then I'll pop this fairing.
I'm coming out, I want the world to know, got to let it show.
I don't, some of these, I need a tune to go along with them, and then I'd have the reference. Some of them I catch immediately, but, oh, don't do that now, Pawn. The fairing into its own stage, get rid of the fairing. Hurrah! We're up to 912 meters per second. That dropping that fairing actually does make a difference in this craft. High atmospheric science. I'm pretty sure we've gotten all of that science. It'd be easier to know if I had Science X installed. Is that what it's called? Science X? But, yeah, I believe we've got it all. Our apoaps is 72.9. Okay. Down on prograde a little below the horizon. And then warp us up to 72.9. It's just been such an efficient, like, such a nice burn up. Efficient? For this ship, it was such a good go. I want to close it out nicely. So, little burn like that, and before the apoapsis runs away on me. There you go. Hold the apoaps where it is while we push the periaps up. Yeah, it's starting to run away on me. See that? It's starting to run away on me. We're up anyway. 79 and 73. What are you going to do? That, apparently, is what I'm going to do. And we've got 823 meters per second in delta V remaining. We're going up to 250k is high orbit? That's the thing? I keep coming out here as though there's something to look at, but there's nothing to look at until we get the tracking station bought into. You're suggesting the solar panel pointed at the sun? Why? Sonic booms in stock would be sick. Catch me jiggling the camera around to just constantly make the sound. Yeah, you just go past it forward. You know, RS, what is this called? Rocket Sound Enhancement. You could have it today. Alright. There. Get on prograde. We're burning to 250k. Watch that apoaps. We are at 200k. 275, 70 something is what we're going to, just so I've got time to do all of the science once we get up there. Okay. That don't look quite right from zoomed out a little bit. I think it's the size of the texture. Yeah. Could use another MIP map or two, I think. Anyway. So somewhere out here is going to be our apoapsis. I could go ahead and hit that. We'll be able to see our altitude. We are above 250 kilometers now. Let's do some science. Oh, I can do this science too. I forgot entirely about this. We can get this by LKO as well. So we will be transmitting something. And in fact, remember that thing about like having your antenna out? Yeah. So if we are going to be transmitting something, then get that first. Make sure we're using the full 18.9 size, the full electric charge on the one thing that's going to take a lot of electric charge to transmit. Kerbin's magnetic field is weaker out here, but still easily detectable, and this instrument maps the field fluctuations as they radiate into deeper space. Transmit it right now. Good. So that took a little bit less than 100. Looked like it took 85 or something like that. It took a little bit less than 100 electric charge to transmit that. Now, the rest of the science we're just going to grab, because we've got it from LKO, and we intend to bring all of this home. So, recovery will be 16.2 for the mystery goo, which feels right at home here. In terms of the barometer, how's the atmospheric pressure out here in space? Reads 0, as if it were in a vacuum. In a vacuum? It's not... It didn't get sucked into the Dyson while we were cleaning up. This doesn't make any sense. That's worth 8.1 science there. And then logging the temperature. Measuring the temperature of space appears to be quite impossible, as there is no matter around to be either hot or cold, except the spacecraft and the thermometer itself. This is probably going to give the R&D guys something to think about for a while. That's the first and last time I will read that. I always read it once. I always read all of this stuff once. Well, not all of it. Eventually I'll get bored with even bothering to read it, and I won't read any of it. But, you know, we might as well read it once, even if we've read it before. It's a new playthrough. What else have we got? We got the telemetry from up here. Probe's onboard computers have successfully recorded current telemetry data that's worth 2.7 science. So we got the barometer, the thermometer, the mystery goo, the telemetry, and the magnetometer boom, and I think that's all of the science that we brought, and all of the science we can do. And I'm going to retract the antenna, because we don't need it at this height, and we'll be re-entering at this point. Space is about 3 degrees Kelvin, depending on where you are. Oh, really? Are we pointed on our retrograde? Look, it appears that we're pointed on our retrograde, and we are almost at our apoapse, so I'm going to be burning this down to a return of something. Let me see if there's any, like, should I try and hit something? You're not going to hit anything, just bring it back down, don't worry about it. We're at the apoapse, burn us down to, you know, somewhere in the 30s. Periapse dropping. 50, 45, 40, 35. Stop you at about 32, I guess, what we're going to do there. And I'm going to drop, I'm going to F5, and I'm going to drop this stage. I'm pretty sure we're done with everything. We're just going home now. I have every reason to believe that this craft can come home and be occluded and all of the things. I'm getting rid of you. And our periapsis is now 30, which is also fine. Let's get down under 250k and then rerun this thing. It'd be nice if we had some power as well. Wouldn't that be just peachy keen? But for now, run the magnetometer report. And again, yeah! Kerbal has a strong magnetic field for a planet of its size, shielding us from the sun's blasts of radiation, even in this low orbit. That's worth 18.9 science, and since it's all coming back, we're going to keep that one. We're going to keep it, but you don't need to leave the boom hanging out there in space. Okay, thank you. Nifty. Now, you know, it could get burned up in return, but I'm banking on that it won't. And yes, coming back. Go ahead and get us on the retrograde, and I will try and, number one, get us free cam so that the planet is underneath us. Number two, I'm going to have that magnetometer boom that has the important data in it, and it looks like it might be outside the occlusion cone or whatever it is. I'm just going to go ahead and tilt that up. With the idea that maybe it will be behind the, you know, as we're coming down, the cone will be like that. Whoosh. We can always spin it to win it if it needs to be. 4 times fizz warp. Wow, that looks cool. I really like the look of that. Yeah, something very satisfying about that, that tone of orange with that texture on it, and just having this big thick fairing thing on the back of it. It just looks meaty. And remember what I said about putting this in a certain place? I've already given up. That seems to be, the occlusion seems to have worked just fine, no problems whatsoever. Could have had just 20 ablator on there and been A-okay. Oh, jeez. Okay. We are no longer anywhere near the speed of sound. And we're coming down in water, which makes this even more likely to succeed. I'm going to set the parachute to deploy not at 1,000 or 800, but at I was going to go for 500. I know that 500's safe. I'm guessing that 350 would just barely get it done. I guess this is the best looking view. A little bit more speed. I'm going to do the initial deploy at 1,000. And full deploy at 500. And yeah, we're pretty much down to speed at 220. Back up to 4 times phys warp. A beautifully successful mission that shall have returned more than enough science for us to buy into the one more tier that we needed in order to be able to run the true mission, which is to put a satellite up in orbit of Kerbal at about 8 million meters. Whoa! No, 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 no. Don't get any of it wet. There we go. I'm just being silly. But, yeah, that's nice. I prefer that. Can we, just... Run science again in water. I'm sure we've done it before. Oh, I'd have to transmit it in order to run any of this again, because, yeah, and all of these places we have been with our probes, because we're playing probes before crew, so our probes have all come back in water with science on them. Maybe there is something that we've missed, but if we have... it'll come in eventually. Like, one day when I don't have to do weird things, we'll grab it. But I'm not worried about it. Ow, ow, ow. Well, after you've been wearing the same headphones for 4 hours and 47 minutes, starts to annoy your ear a little bit. That brought back 51.6 science. For a total of 76, we're pretty close to being able to, get a second tier out of the R&D as well. 7,088 funds were recovered in parts from our ship, which I think is about half the cost of it. I don't know. I thought the ship cost us about 15 grand to put up. Was that right? Show it to me again. Yeah. Yeah, we brought back half the cost, because half of the cost is in our complicated scientific instruments, like the goo that we put in there, and then the whatever the hell that thing does with the Tinker toys fold out of it. They fold out in a really cool way, actually. But okay, the wishful thinking Mark 1 got us what we needed in order to actually be able to accomplish the mission that I took before it would have been at all possible to make happen. But with the purchase of this tier, we will get the Terriers, or this node, I suppose, is the better way of saying that. We'll get the Terrier engine, and we'll get the bigger fuel tanks. The bigger fuel tanks are going to let us reduce the parts count of our craft, which means we won't have to upgrade the VAB, which we couldn't afford if we wanted to. What we can upgrade and what we do need to upgrade is the launch pad. So, max vessel size is going up, max vessel weight is going up. We won't have to worry about that anymore. So now we start from this vessel and rebuild number 1 with just bigger fuel tanks. So buy me into the FLT 400. Throw you on after 3 of those. Weight and height will not be an issue anymore, but you don't want to go too much past what you were doing before. And I'm going to throw all that away. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which should turn into 3 of these. Is that they have exactly twice the amount of fuel? That's 180 and that's 90. Yes. So it's the same amount of fuel for 6 less parts, I think. 5 or 6 less parts. Which means we can have more fins. Now, the other thing that we can do, now that weight limit is not an issue, is imagine that I just had a satellite stage of its own now that we have the Terrier. That Terrier, in vacuum, even with the fairing still on it, let's get rid of the fairing. What's that for? Oh, that's for coming home. Let's move the fairing into a stage that's below the engine. We have almost 2,000 meters per second in Delta V just in that little guy all by himself. So if we can push that to orbit. No, I always grab the wrong one there. Then that can do the rest of the mission all by itself with no qualms about the Delta V needed. Probes before crew mod reduces science returns. Yes, it does. And you were replying to ground control who had asked, is this on a harder difficulty than the default? Science gains appear to be reduced. I am also playing on moderate difficulty. Yeah. I didn't go for hard, but I went for moderate. And I think that's the butter zone where it's like it's a nice challenge. You know, once you're already comfortable with the things that are going on in here, it's a nice challenge without being so uncomfortable that it's annoying, which is what can happen in a hard mode if it goes just a little bit sideways on you. What are you doing, Paul? Well, I'm reducing the height a little bit. I know I'm doing that. Now that we're not weight limited, maybe we should go back to a solid rocket booster solution for stage 1. Yeah, we should, because it's going to reduce our parts.
Child needs a spanking?
Yeah. No, Roy. No, Roy.
Piggybout 42 is just redeemed spank me. You know what that means I have to do now, right? You get a timeout. You get timed out. You are, oh my god, buddy, that's too much. You're gonna bring that into my chat? Come on. How does this, I type it in seconds, don't I, with the seconds thing? How many seconds do you get timed out for? I kind of invented these things without thinking about them too much. 270 seconds, there you go. How much is 270? You don't need to do that with your brain right now, Pawn. You're doing rocket science over here. That's enough. Let's go back to a solid booster solution here. See if it can keep up with our needs at sea level. TWR is certainly there at a 1.6. Only gives us 828 meters per second in Delta V. This fairing needs to be here. It's kind of weird. That's that one? Okay, so you up here. Wait, what? No. You. Yeah, if you're the top one, then you and this engine want to be in the same category together. The game has absolutely destroyed my staging. Yeah, that's right. Okay, the staging looks ready now. So from sea level, about 800 meters per second off the SRB. Not going to get too far on that. But from, let's say, an altitude of 8.
My inner child needs a spanking?
Yeah. No, Roy. No, Roy.
Who? What? Who? Though? Clock District. You just, they all want attention here. And I don't have an easy way of doing this. Timeout clock district. I need to, you know what? I'm going to program my bot to watch for this redeem and then just automatically clock district for 320. I've upped the number of seconds, you dirty, dirty girl. Dirty girl. You dirty. It's a silly thing. Wait, that was you? Clock District redeemed it, and Acute Shark, you both redeemed it. You bastards, and Portable Jim's redeemed it. I'm timing out all of chat. Wait, time out. Star for 100 seconds. The user you were trying to time out doesn't exist. Damn it. You're all timed out. Wait, there is a way to do that, isn't there? I can put chat into something mode, and that would be the thing. What's the mode called? I've never had to do it because, you know, we're good people in here. I'm looking at all the things that I have. Channel modes, shield mode, emotes only. We're going emotes only. There's just too many of you redeemed that thing. You've all been naughty. You're not allowed to talk until I remember to turn off emotes only now. This is the strangest live stream I've ever been to. So once we get up to like 8 kilometers on the SRB, which we might not even make that, I'm not sure, we would have 1919 in this stage to push us further to orbit on the liquid
Minor
fuel.
child needs a spanking.
Yeah. No, Roy. No, Roy.
It's already done. There's nothing more to be done. You want me to silence you more? I'll put it in slow mode. No. I could add... you know what? We've got the parts now, right? We've got the parts, and the weight is not an issue. So yeah. Yeah. Why not? Put this on. Let's make it wider than tall for once. It's not going to be that. I don't know what world you're living in. But yeah, a couple of those on. It's still very, very tall, isn't it? A couple of those on, I said, and then we'd fire those, and then we'd break that off. You don't have to fire them all at once either. No? No. Alright, so let's do it that way then. So, at sea level, TWR of 1.74, we get almost 500 meters per second of delta V. Not almost 5. Let's say 400 meters per second of delta V off of those, then we drop them. And then we've got the 828, so we got 800 that'll be at some level of altitude as well. It's 1200, that pushes us like almost entirely to orbit on those first two stages. How are we doing on parts count? 25 of 30. So we don't really need these. They'll be the first thing I rip off as soon as we hit parts count. But what I would also like to do is go ahead and put some fins with control surfaces on them. Real control surfaces. And we're 1 over in the parts count. And now we have been up there to space with all this stuff and brought back all this data, so guess what we don't actually need? Like...
Minor child needs a spanking.
Yeah. No, Roy. No, Roy.
You guys just like that quote, don't you? You just like that you're a little bit... okay. Well, you know what? Leaving all the science on, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave all the science on except for that thing that we pulled off. Well, we pulled everything. Except for... Where are you at? You got those two, and that thing. Did I go one too many far back? Shoot, go hit Control Y. All the science is still there. These guys are still here. The fins are still there. Okay. I'm going to leave all the science on except for this, because that will be completely unusable. But if we happened to bring this back in a place we haven't been before on Kerbal, Holy crap, a cute shark. That's a lot of things in chat there. It's Pokemon things. Well, there's a lot of... There's Poke Blaziken, Poke Charizard, Poke Gardevoir. VIPs can still send text and emotes only. Yeah! Yeah, see? Now it makes it... Now, number one, you're not supposed to be talking, but also, number two, it makes your VIP that you spend stuff on actually... it's worth something. Also, I'm going to turn that off now before I forget. Where's the modes? How do I do this? What's the thing? There we go. We're out of emote only now. Now, everyone be good. Nobody was bad in the first place. So I've removed that. The only problem is I kind of need to remove this as well. What does a radial parachute cost? 0.1. No. Yeah. So I guess I got to take this off. We've still got a little bit of science there if we land in a new zone. But there's no convenient way to stick that on there. So the plan is still to send this up to 8 million meters to the orbit that the satellite wants us to put it in, sit in that orbit for 10 seconds, and then bring the whole thing back down. Because we don't even have relay, like comms relay antennas, so it's like silly to leave it sitting up there. So we're not going to leave it sitting up there. Oh, and I just happened to say, Portable Jim, what the contract is about. Oh, but you reminded me that the contract, what does it require? It required a thermometer. Let's just double check that. That's all it required. Have a thermometer on the satellite. That's all it really needed. And, yeah, this is fine. Is it fine? Yeah, it's fine. It'll be fine. Okay, so this is going to be the 009. The satellite of fraud. Love is out of stock. This is the satellite of fraud because we've been given a mission to put it in a certain place, and we're just going to put it there long enough to take a picture of it, and then we're going to bring it back down because we don't want to muddy up our skies with stuff that doesn't need to be there. And then we're going to send the people who paid us money the picture of it and tell them, yeah, you got a satellite up there. And they're going to say, oh, cool, can we communicate with it? Well, we didn't have relay. No, you didn't ask for that. That wasn't in the contract. But we'll keep them busy. We'll get their money and we'll keep them busy. So we're going to fire these off, and then we're going to fire that with that, the SRBs. And then we drop this SRB as we fire up the liquid fuel transfer stage that's going to push us to orbit anyway. It's not transfer, it's to orbit. And then we will be dropping that, and then we'll be dropping all of that stuff, and with this, it fires, and then we drop that and come home. Yes, the staging is correct. And there's something wrong with my hard drive. Hang on, guys. There's something wrong. I keep getting this error sound for some reason. I think we might have run out of space in the hard disk. Satellite of fraud. Save it. Put it out on the pad, I think. Am I okay to do that? What are you guys saying in chat? Huh? Woo, fraud. Nah, screw the the people who look at the sky. Windows Defender just alerted me of something. Oh, that was your computer that I heard on my computer? Oh, okay. Thanks. I feel so much better. I need something to drink. Lady Pawn? Do I have something to drink? Okay, this is going to be the last mission of the day, too, because we will have been here for... Oh, we've already been here for a little over 5 hours. This is going to be the last one, and I'm going to call it a day. SAS on throttle to full. I hope it flies right the first time. But, it looks good to me. Houston? I can't do Houston right now. I don't have any of the technology set up even to do Houston. In 3, 2, 1, fire! I forgot to thrust limit I forgot to thrust limit. That thing I said about I hope it... I forgot to thrust limit the SRBs. It'll be fine. It's good. It's real good. Yep. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Holy God. It's fine. It's always been fine. It's always going to be fine. Why wouldn't it be fine? Fucking... Yeah. I think we all know how fine it's going to be. Well, that's not the right button. That's the button I was looking for there. No, and I pressed it twice? Don't lie to me. My girl, don't lie to me. Tell me, where did you sleep last night? In the pines. In the pines! The sun don't ever shine. I would shiver the whole night through. Yeah, we would have wanted to turn down quite a bit more than this. But, I didn't thrust limit it. Yeah, we're fine, it's fine, everything's fine, and still being fine. This is what fine looks like, and yep, there you go, okay. It's all because of the thrust limiting. There's no other problem. Listen, that was just for swagger. That was just, I was styling. I just wanted you to see that I could do, like, flips in Atmo, mid-flight, and we still get there. We still successfully complete the mission. That's all I was doing. Posted a clip on Discord of Houston. You posted a Discord clip? Really? Of Houston? Where'd you get a clip of Houston? We love some sick flips in this stream. Yeah, flippin', kick flippin' flips for the flippin' simple flips, flip. Oh yeah, this isn't worth anything to us. We don't have tracking yet. Costs a lot of money. Did I actually select moderate difficulty, or is this hard? Because we're at 41. Our app WAPS is at 45. The TWR of this stage was the lowest out of all of them, clearly. We're only at a 1.3 now, and we've been burning for quite a while on this, so probably dropped off at a 1.2. You went suborbital with a sick flip earlier. Oh, I went suborbital with a sick flip earlier? You missed it? Who are you talking to? Huh? We're still 3 kilometers behind our app WAPS. No more than that. Speed's coming up, though. Definitely not how I mean to do these missions, but they'll work out. Everything works out in the end. And, you know, death is coming for us all. It'll all work out in the end. 56 kilometers on the Apple apps. Down here. Speed up to 1,750 meters per second, though. That's good. And we are, again, just 3 kilometers separation between where we are and where we're going. We're about to be out of fuel in this stage as well. Woo! Right. Very nice. And we're in space, or we will be in space, anyway. Very nice. 2,250 meters per second delta V. Dropping that stage at a really, like, good time for that, you know? We're not that far off. And we did want to still be dropping it in atmosphere, obviously. Oh, they've done that thing where they zoom you out for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Rick and Morty, 1,000 years. Pawn definitely didn't miss. Didn't miss what? When I was flipping my craft? Did? And we are in space. Is there anything I need to do right now in space? I think you want to extend your antenna if you're trying to go to 8,000, which is where we're trying to go, right after we get this orbit first. Oh, and I was going to try and actually launch into the plane I mean, it's not that much of a change, and we'll be so far out of the gravity well. It's not going to be that big of a deal to change it, I don't think. But I could have at least made a slight effort to try and launch into the plane that we're going to, and I just didn't think of it, did I? AppWap's at 73.5. So let's warp up to 73.5. Whoa. And burn. Uh, 73.8 now. Let's burn slow. Okay, we are in an orbit now. We're circular, and I didn't waste much fuel getting here. We have 1,835 meters per second. Change at the descending node. Yeah, I mean, my plan at this point, without tracking stations, without maneuver nodes, without any of that stuff, is just going to be to get our AppWaps to match their AppWaps, blow up there, blow our periaps out to there, and then at the AN or the DN, if you want me to do it at the descending node, I'll do it at the descending node, just make that adjustment from way the hell up there. But I do, I figured out, I kind of relearned how to launch into a plane while I was playing probes before we started this career here, and I would have liked to do it. We'll do it next time. There's a lot of missions where we're going to be launching probes to, relays to specific orbits and things like that ahead of us, I'm sure. What I want to do right now is, number one, make sure the panel is into the sun. Where's the sun? It seems like a sunny spot. Number two, make sure the hibernate and warp is in auto. I just remembered that I hadn't done that. And then I'm going to go around Kerbal. Satellite fraud until we're coming up on this spot so that we're blowing the AppWaps out, at the side where it wants it. Solar panel direction check. Good. See? We're all thinking about it. It takes me 5 hours to warm up, but then I start to catch up to y'all. Where are we going? There we go. And this should be prograde. Yeah. I sometimes double check because the difference between the shape of the prograde indicator and the retrograde indicator is not that much. No better time to burn than right now. Split. So the AppWaps we're trying to match is 8.4 million. 8.453. Oh my god, it's a cute trick. Yeah, that's a hell of a sound effect for me to have given chat control of, isn't it? 8.453, our AppWaps, in reality is down here. So we're coming up on 5, and now 6, now 7. 8! Fucking 0.91. There's a lot of things to look at on screen at once. We blew a little bit past it. That's fine. That's the way I meant to do it. And now we have 994 meters per second to try and blow out the other side of things. Try and lift our periapsis to where they want us.
Here we go again!
Indeed. And so from what looks like it would about be the thing, back on our prograde, and our periapsis wants to be 7.7777. I hear 7. Blow that.
Yeah. Let's drink until our hearts stop.
Yeah, I never got that drink I ordered. Alright. 5. 5.5. Looking for 777. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12! And that is close enough to count. We just need to sit here for 10 seconds. That's 10 seconds. We have cleared that contract. Hooray! Money in the bank. And now, mission control, could you guys take a picture through a telescope of the fact that we were out here at some point? Do I have like a sound effect that's like that?
You're all clear, kid. Go home.
No, I don't. And I played over the top of your... blow this thing and go home. Yeah, okay, they got the picture. We're going to blow this thing and go home. So from the same exact point that we did that, we're flipping back over onto our retrograde. We're going to burn this sucker right down. Oh, God, my hard drive's full. Right on back down. I didn't even have to... They didn't even bother to ask me to change the inclination. That was ridiculous. I mean, I'm happy for the ridiculousness of it, but, you know, it worked out in our favor. It's kind of crazy that they didn't even... Like, apparently 4 degrees worth of inclination is within marginal deviation, according to Kerbal Space Program. And that's the base game. That's not anything that Probes Before Crew did, I'm pretty sure. Alright, we're coming back at 32 kilometers from a height of 8 million. And I'm going to bring all this down with us so that when we can burn against the... I don't know. It doesn't really... No, we shouldn't. I'll Alt F5 from here. And I'm going to throw this toward the sky. Woo! Through my face, in fact. And then back on the register. It doesn't matter. You're not going to... And then we pull in the antenna. Well, if I pull in the antenna, we'll be out of comms. Right? Doesn't matter. You don't need to control anything until you're further down there. Retract antenna. Yeah, we're now limited probe control, so if I try to do anything here... Yeah. I'm pressing all of the WASD keys right now. We can't do any of that stuff. However, under limited probe control, if you... you can still fire boosters full. You can't, like, just throttle them up a little bit, but you can hit Z and X. That's one of the things that you can do when you're in this mode. When you're out of comms. And you know what? I actually ran a mission. Was it the moon or was it Minmus? I want to say it was the moon, which is the harder place to do it, where I lost comms. I had a comms vessel in orbit, but it went over the horizon. And I actually lost comms. It might have been on Minmus, and all I had was X and Z, and I fucking landed the thing. I absolutely did. There wasn't, you know, it fell over probably, but I didn't lose any, you know, pieces. It still completed the mission. It did what I wanted it to do. And we are back into atmosphere here. I'm flipping us around to get on our retrograde, generally speaking. If you are going to like control it or you're going to snap it into a mode once you've got a stability assist for retrograde, make sure you switch over to your surface retrograde instead of your orbital retrograde, because surface retrograde actually, you know, represents the atmosphere and the wind. You'll have your nose pointed into the wind. Orbital retrograde will keep it a little bit high, and it can mess with your occlusion. But all I wanted to do was get it a little bit on there and then turn it off, because we're going to be fine coming back. So from 8 million... Hopefully we'll be fine coming back. From 8 million, how much of this ablator do we go through on the way home? What's 4 degrees of inclination between friends, says a cute shark. Hey. Oh. Sonic boom! I think you could most re-entries without ablator. This, the like skin of this thing heats up and pops just so friggin' quickly. But you're probably right in terms of we could have probably descended from 8 million if we just had this fairing on here. So long as this is occluded, it'll be fine. But if it isn't fully occluded, this thing heats up like it wants to explode. You can hear the drums. We went, did we start at 40? I think that ablator started at 40 and we went through almost 30 of it. That's a good use of a blader without being too much. I like it. Okay. Okay. I'm not even doing anything now. Even without a blader, my crafts are able to survive most descents as long as you're not going above, say, 3,000 meters per second. So, like, it's not a min-miss descent kind of a deal. Ooh, and we're coming down in a place. Maybe a place that we haven't already gotten signs. It looks like grasslands, and I feel like we've already gotten grasslands, but, you know, it's better than water. Water we know we've gotten several times. Let's set the altitude of deploy on this down to 400. Last time was 500, and it was fine. Let's continuously risk everything. I will do initial deployment at 1,000 meters. Oh, at 1,000 meters radar altitude. Full deployment at 400. From that vertical view, it looked a lot closer, didn't it? Looked like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Now we just need a channel point redeem for Sonic Boom. Sharky and I won't spam it, I promise. Yeah, that would be a good one, yeah. I like that. You know what? I've got a whiteboard right next to me where I'm sitting right here. And I like that idea so much. Sonic Boom! Sonic Boom! Sonic Boom! And we have returned to the surface of Kerbin. Let's see if there's any science that we can have from Kerbin's grasslands, and there is. We apparently have not done a barometric study at Kerbin's grasslands. Have we taken the temperature? We have not taken the temperature of grass. The temperature here is quite pleasant. It would be a nice place to live. Wouldn't want to visit here, though. And telemetry report from the grasslands? 1.4 science that's worth. And sadly, we couldn't get a mystery goo container on here and keep the weight balanced, but that's a nice little extra bonus of science after doing a mission that I believe brought in about 100,000 Kuros. There's a little bit of a crackle and stuff in the audio engine, I think it's all because of the audio mod that I've gotten there when it transitions between scenes, but I'm more than happy to suffer that for how great it makes the audio sound. So we brought back 8.7 science, and boom, we've got exactly enough to buy another node in the R&D. That's friggin' brilliant. Couldn't ask for that to come out any better. And 2,100 of our money was recovered in parts. And yeah, I think we made somewhere around, I think we got an advance of like 30k or 20k, and then we made somewhere like 70 or 80k off of that mission. I should probably give a damn, but I haven't yet. For I am the Ronin Paul! And the outro music starts, and we end the live stream really cleanly. That's how it could be done. I'm just curious to see, out of the 45k, what's in front of us. So we've got this external radio mount camera that I believe comes with, is it ScanSat? No, it comes with a raster prop monitor mod. So those screens that we've got in our craft now, if I've got a camera on it, I think we should be able to look at what the camera can see while we're in the IVA mode. I think that's why this camera exists and comes down with raster prop monitor. But in addition to that, we do have the ScanSat equipment that would be coming in here. We'd get the R3B radar altimeter. The high precision radar altimeter allows collection of basic elevation data in a very narrow swath below the satellite. Uses a moderate amount of power and functions in lit and unlit situations. It functions in lit and unlit. I think they're saying that it has like a mode where you turn the lights on and off, but because they've said it that way, it sounds like, you know, it won't break if you shine a flashlight on it. Ooh, that's a feature. So we'll be getting that in, along with the Probodyne Hex, the Science Junior experiment storage unit, some radiator panels, and the high gain antenna that if we would have had that, I would have left the craft from this last mission in orbit at 8 million because, hey, why not have an extra relay in there? But we didn't have it. So, no reason to leave it up there, really. The other thing that's available to us is flight control, where we could get some RCS, a couple extra fins, and the full-size SAS unit, but I think probably the next thing on our radar is that. However, I will not do anything today with our science, for we are done for the day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming out, for joining me on this live stream. I should have just stayed there, because now I have to wait before we go back to this scene, because otherwise you guys are going to hear that in the background, and then that's kind of weird, right? I am the Ronin Pawn, is what I was saying. Let's just check in one more time on... Oh, God, not 2 chats. I can't deal. Let's just check in on the city of Detroit there and see what's going on. I'm going to make this big on my screen so that I can actually see what's going on instead of pretending I can see, which is what I've done a couple of times since here. Sharing a single brain cell right now? Getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. Yes, 2 chats I don't need. So, still no Falcon on the Falcon cam. You know, this cam, to be perfectly honest with you, is supposed to be where a Falcon lands and hangs out regularly. Oh, Jesus Christ, the truck! And did that say Goo-Co on the side of the truck? It looked like it was Goo-Co. Sorry for blowing into the microphone there. But that got me. That's so, like, Kerbal appropriate, if that's what it said. Goo-Co. Goo Company. But yeah, I still have yet to see any bird. Forget Falcon. I would take a sparrow. Any number of the tits. I would accept a tit here. Yeah, I haven't seen any birds there. And it looks like the train crossing is... traffic is moving freely, so there's no train crossing there. No boats on the river currently in Detroit, and... wow, there's a bit of a convoy I can see, in the just really tiny right there. You see this convoy of 1, 2, 3, 4 big old lorries back there, is what it looks like, unless I'm confusing objects for objects. It looked like they were all moving just a second ago. But yes, that brings us to the end of this live stream. I'm going to go get something to drink, I'm going to go say hello to Lady Pawn, and then probably be up for, let's see, it's noon now, another 5 hours, and then fall asleep. My sleep schedule is coming around. I'm actually... Today, I woke up at 1:30 in the a.m. So that's good, because I'll be able to stay up a lot, later today, and then if I could keep myself asleep until 2, 4, 3, 4, that kind of thing, eventually I'll be waking up with old people, when old people wake up. And then after that, I'll be normal again. But I'm aiming for old people right now. Anyway, as we say, I am the Ronin Pawn. Now it's a parking lot cam. Yeah, the one down here where you're crossing the bridge. Yeah, you cross the bridge, now just sit there for a while. Or maybe this one is also kind of a... Thanks for coming out, everybody. Thank you so much to everybody who was donating and subscribing and stuff. Jermacian with the 2,000-bit cheers, and then 100 bits here and 100 bits there, and another, there's a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Thank you to everybody who supports me. I am literally, midst filing for Social Security disability. I have only regained the healthful ability to do a live stream like this in the past few weeks, and this is we're gonna pay some bills, but more so I'm just really glad to be able to be doing something and feel like I'm contributing to society again. So thanks for coming out. I hope you'll be back here for day 3 when we do that. See you next time. Have a beautiful day, everybody. Pawn out. Cream cheese, by the way. Cream cheese.